No, don't you do this to me, Biscuit. No, the Mandela effect is when you think that something happened that didn't,
That's
but like
incredibly well.
a
I think
small
you should read up
change.
on it.
I know what the Mandela effect is. Hi guys, we're live.
Hi.
Hello, welcome to Wake of the Parliament. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
This is our weird D&D show.
Hello. Fair warning, you might hear some loud wind in a second. I forgot to set up volume ahead of time. Watch your ears.
Excellent.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's gonna fart.
Oh, we're good.
I forgot to
Oh,
mute
boy, here we
Twitch,
go.
so I'm getting a bunch of echo, but I fix it now.
Oh, the wind is gentle. It's kind of nice.
Hello, everyone.
Has it been announced?
I'm gonna throw it over there.
Okay.
How dare you guys?
So,
Guys, every time Great starts talking, it's talk over.
Last we left off,
Go ahead and
you
hang on.
guys went and left the Fox province and began heading up into the Tiger province. You guys fought some crabs who had samurai swords, katanas, and dragged their bodies off of the road and just kind of left. And then you got to the edge of the border territories, crossed through the no man's land over to the Tiger province, where you ascended the Great Elevator, which ascends this massive cliff that kind of divides the Fox and Tiger provinces. Had a slightly awkward and uncomfortable conversation with a dragonborn named Umeki, who's a soldier there at the kind of Tiger province battlefront. And when you got to the top of the elevator, there was a town up there. Town is currently largely military occupied, but you guys were able to find a small inn. They were a little surprised to have guests, but they welcomed you pleasantly, and you guys went in and took a rest. And a couple of you also took off and decided to buy a bathtub before resting.
Smart.
important.
And very importantly, this whole place is overrun by undead who are just kind of like milling about, wandering around.
You know,
All
just normal
undead,
things.
undead soldiers, skeleton boys. But yeah, we wake up with you guys having gotten your rest on the 30th of Midveer, last day of the month.
Oh my god. Stop it. That's 2 months down.
The end of the flower festival.
Wow.
Do we have any end of the month celebrations?
It's the end of the flower festival, so all the cherry blossoms have all the petals have dropped off of the cherry blossom trees.
There are no cherry blossoms on top of this mountain, I imagine.
There are probably a couple.
It's always the birthday of the date that it is.
True. Happy birthday, Midbear 30th.
Happy birthday.
Well, now what?
Yeah, what do you guys do?
What time of day is it? I guess.
Oh, it's the morning. You guys kind of start to wake up, find yourself in the hotel room.
How was the hotel rooms, by the way?
It's the inn, but
In
it was fine. It was. You could tell that the place is a little bit run down,
Coffee maker doesn't work.
but it was comfortable. It was a roof over your head.
Jupiter. Hi, my name is Jupiter now. That's what I said.
Hey,
Hi.
Juke.
Hey, Juke. That's a fun name, though, actually. Juke
Right?
is kind
Isn't
of
it?
cute.
Juke?
Yeah. Anyway, he wakes up slowly, because I'm waking up slowly. He kind of trudges his way down. Probably orders a little bit of food. And then it, do these undead eat? What do they do? Are they, I guess they probably just mill about outside, yeah?
Oh, I've got some good news about these undead.
Largely, they appear to be largely military forces, so they aren't. So they're not really doing. They're not really interacting with like people or the town a ton. They're just kind of like standing vigilant. Occasionally, a couple of them do like patrol paths. You haven't seen any of them eating though.
I've been up for hours.
What have you been doing for hours?
I've been doing everything that I need to do in the morning that servants are required to do. I've been collecting clothes. I've been washing them. When the sun has risen and everyone else is kind of waking up, I've put in orders for breakfast. I've given 2 gold to the lady for breakfast. And for being so hospitable. And then I'm bringing breakfast to everyone's rooms if they're not coming down.
That sounds exhausting. You do this every morning?
Yes, it's quite a nice ritual. I find it calming.
So is this what you did at the temple? I always thought
This
you
is
were more
what-
of like a guard.
Oh, the temple was much more stressful. This was what I did when I joined House Durrell.
I see.
I've run hot baths.
That does sound great, actually. I can't get this off of mine. So the vampires, you cooked for the vampires?
Yeah.
So they eat.
Yes. I think.
I thought vampires drank blood.
Maybe I shouldn't. Like they did eat, right?
Somebody ate.
It's possible maybe that the vampires were wasteful and they
I was-
would chew
Yeah.
on the food and then spit it
I-
out.
I was
this
just cooking for Giuseppe and the house.
No, so
It
like,
explains a lot.
no, this isn't. I'm having a moment. I'm having like an out of body experience here because when I think of a vampire, my mental image is like they're dressed up real fancy. They've got like I don't know fancy clothes words, but you know they're dressed real nice. They're at a table where there's a luxurious meal and a bottle of wine that they're enjoying, and like vampire almost seems to go hand in hand with hedonism for me. And I'm realizing that vampires also in the stories only drink blood and don't eat. And now I'm trying to justify how these two things can coexist.
Can I roll for vampire Drake? I just
No.
want to know
Can
what
I
I've
roll?
what I've heard.
Maybe it's
Not
just
like yeah, not intricate knowledge or anything, but like what I've heard from townsfolk who tell their kids, "Don't go out. There's vampires."
vampires just have food tastings. They just chew on the food and then spit it out.
It's just like
Yeah.
a tasting thing. Okay, I can see
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Like
It's for
why?
the aroma.
Like this is their cruel fate is they can't swallow, but they can still like have the cravings.
Terrible sex vampires.
So, Stein, you can't make a check on vampires. You know vampires intimately. You're fairly certain that they did eat. You don't think that they got a ton of like sustenance from it.
I think they mostly just enjoyed eating still for, the principle of it.
Okay.
They didn't like garlic though.
No garlic. That's a
Why
shame.
why don't they like garlic? It's delicious. You can never have enough garlic, I say.
That's what I always say.
I guess the idea of making an incredibly fancy meal that gives you no sustenance and is only there to be tasted is like peak hedonism. So maybe this does all track now.
You guys will also notice that I've rearranged all of the portraits to be a little bit.
Yeah,
I did.
Oh,
they're all related now.
So many characters to be revealed.
so much room for activities.
Look at Soda, all of them, all the way in this lonesome over there.
For now.
For them.
Oh my god, he's so cool.
guy is so hot.
Look at fucking Giuseppe.
Just so,
That fucking guy.
so frumpy.
I really like that, like... So let's see. Alistair has one. I have one. Nara has one. Kohaku has one. So everyone so far, except for Stein and Sheesh, has like a cooler, hotter rival.
I've
And
definitely
then you have Giuseppe.
No, I've definitely got one too. I just don't think he's been mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they not the two vampires? I feel.
Giuseppe definitely has like probably 2 instances of spousal abuse on his record, right?
For sure. Look at him.
You think he has a spouse?
Yeah, for
doesn't
sure.
have a
He's got to have someone he can look at, and wind his fist up, and say, "Bang! Zoom straight to the moon."
That was Sheesh.
Oh, sheesh. Right.
He's been
Giuseppe
known for beating whores.
Giuseppe has never been married, but he does exclusively wear wife beaters
Underneath?
underneath his chef's coat.
Amazing.
He's that kind of greasy Italian.
Does he wear like... Wait, he's a chef as well?
Oh no.
I should.
We can-
Cannot say.
Lord almighty.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Giuseppe
My
is a man
apologies
who-
to the American Italian community.
But not real Italians, only the American Italians.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a different species.
It is a different species, you're right.
Culture's different.
Christ. Anyways,
It's okay,
moving
my
on.
friend is an American
So-
Italian.
Anyways, what do you guys do? What the fuck do you do?
We start gathering our things up to continue northward. I don't think we have any long-term business here in this town. We're just looking to get a move on.
So when I serve Talon her breakfast, and I kind of get on the bed and lay on my belly, and like my feet are kicking up in the air while I lean my chin on my palms, I'm like, Talon, what's a dragonborn?
God, I need to do a Dragonborn check for Talon.
She went to school, I didn't.
God, she's so stupid.
So am I. She went to school.
No, she didn't. She did go to school. She does have proficiency.
Hear that? Straight from the mouth of the DM. It's stupid to go to school. Yeah.
Stay at home,
Good
kids.
check.
Do drugs.
Yeah, they're just a race of people that were closely connected to dragons at one point. They're pretty uncommon at this point. After the 100 Years' War, they were they weren't treated very well. A lot of them kind of fled. At least that's my understanding.
Am I dragonborn?
I don't think so.
I was hoping I was going to get that tall. But it's been 10 years and I haven't grown an inch.
Yeah, I think you've reached your height max.
It's a little disappointing.
I think you're perfect the way you are.
Thank you. Do you think Nara's half dragonborn?
I don't know about Nara, really.
Would it be rude to ask him what he thinks about this, Lord Omeki?
I don't think that would be rude.
And I think I shall.
He might be a good person to ask, honestly. He might have some more insight.
It's true. He's been quiet for a bit lately. I'm going to go over there. Knock on his door. Nara!
Nara throws together his sheets, throws the rope out the window. No, I'm joking.
I have to evade.
Nara opens the door. Oh, hey.
Good morning. Looks up at him. Are you ready for breakfast?
Nora blinks one eye at a time. Yeah. I just woke up. I could
You sound like.
smells heavenly.
Oh, would you prefer to take a bath first?
Yeah. That would actually wake me up a little bit.
I'll request the kettle to get on. So you can have some hot water. In the
Appreciate-
meantime, I wanted to know what you thought about the Mr. Omeki fellow.
Uh,
The big was he blue? Trade light blue scaled? I can't recall.
No, I never gave his color. He's just
okay,
kind
okay.
of Tyrican Dragonborn, so he had like the very like Asian dragon kind of features, big long whiskers, long kind of mane, like kind of like slightly more like dog-like facial features.
Yeah, with the
He looks
with
like
the dog
Falcor.
nose. You like
Not like
Falcor?
Falcor.
Without,
Does not
without
look-
the fur.
Does not look like a weird pedophile dragon.
That's weird because I also pictured him as blue in my mind. Why did we
Yeah,
both think he's blue?
I guess he's
because
blue.
that's
It's because we're
That's
told.
true.
It's because he had water breath.
yeah, water breath. That's traditional for like a bunch of dragons, but also One Piece.
So here's the
Wow.
fascinating thing: is that in real world meta, Asian dragons had water breath, but because of like cultural bleed over the years, a lot of them now have fire breath.
Uh-huh.
And
I'm glad you stuck to the
People
original water
mix it
breath.
up. It's funny, but
Huh.
anyways,
They have hydro pump.
Wait, you mean okay? So when you say water breath, you don't mean like they breathe in water. You mean they breathe a spout of water.
Yeah.
Wild.
collect all the
Yeah,
moisture
Asian
from the air around
dragons
them.
Traditionally are very
Squirrely.
water themed.
But because a lot of like Western dragons were all fire breath, and like as cultures have kind of like bled into one another, some Asian dragons now get represented having fire breath.
Do some of them breathe like lightning? Are there storm dragons?
That'd be
Oh, boy.
badass.
That'd be cool. I mean, they're blue dragons. and I don't remember the metal counterpart. Brass? No, brass is fire.
I don't
Bronze.
think
I think it was bronze.
I don't think there is a metal one that breathes lightning. I think it's only
There
blue.
is.
Is it?
No. Yeah, there is. There's a bronze one, I think.
So-
The only one that doesn't have an alternate from Chroma is green. There are no metallic dragons that breathe poison.
Poison. You're right. You're right.
There are two that breathe fire. You should remove one of those and make it poison.
Red and gold.
Copper.
Oh, and copper.
No, wait, brass. Brass dragons also breathe fire. Copper is acid.
The only
Yeah.
one that makes sense.
So brass should be poison because brass has antibacterial properties.
I have
That's
an
me.
opinion.
You always have an opinion.
Dragons
Biscuit.
breathe fire. Give
I
them
know,
all. It doesn't
Biscuit.
matter.
It's
We're
a-
not playing. Why are they
Bad
Pokemon
take.
now?
I could feel
me,
you
what-
seething in the
What
background.
are the weak?
Yeah.
What types are the weaknesses for shadow dragons? What if there's a shadow poison? I don't know.
Hey,
There is a shadow dragon and they're cool.
what's
What
wrong
if
with
it's pink
Pokemon?
with turquoise spots? What breath should it have?
What
See,
which?
I understand the angle you're coming from, but having lightning breathing dragons is so cool.
It is so
Just-
cool.
No, listen. Just have lightning casting dragons. That's what they do already.
No. It's not the same. It's not the same,
They
and you
can
know
cast it
it.
through their mouth. That's fine.
There used to be meta breath feats, which let them shape and change the way their breaths work, which was cool.
So, anyways,
No.
before we get too deep in this,
Yeah, I think I haven't seen that many Dragonborn outside of my homeland in Tyriku. Like,
But you're not from Tyriku, right?
part of it. continent.
Or are you from Tyriku? I actually don't know where you're from. You seem Tyrikian with the surname.
I'll touch base back on that in a bit.
You were from the
Want to touch
Wildlands.
bases? Wildlands.
Wildlands?
I don't think he says it. Do you say this?
It's on the eastern. It's just east of Tyriku.
Where is that? Where is that on the map? I can't see.
Way over to the east.
Where
Ah.
Nara is.
Northeast.
Oh. You mean Camelot? The Wildlands are part of Camelot.
No, so Camelot is everything
Okay.
south of the mountains, and then the
Gotcha.
Wildlands are north of the mountains.
Okay, so Wildlands aren't really a part of Tyriku or Camelot.
Kind of not. The big thing is that like Tyriku and Albion, Albion is the continent of Camelot and the Wildlands.
Okay, Albion.
So Albion and Tyriku used to be one continent. It was Hondo.
Hondo.
And that's why there's like a weird kind of like cultural bleed on certain areas.
Makes sense.
And probably why a lot of Nara's family and clan especially is very similar to a lot of Tyrican cultures.
That explains a bit. I don't think I've ever been to the Wildlands. Is it nice there?
Yeah. It's got very good natural beauty. Maybe we could go there sometime.
That would be lovely. Once we've done not dying,
Yeah. Once
or
we
being
taking care of
attacked.
business.
Once we've fixed Jupe, we can fix Jupe quite nicely. So you're saying they're Dragonborn there?
Yeah.
I don't believe in plate tectonics.
Nara, you would just know this. Your mother's Dragonborn.
So are you half Dragonborn? Is that rude to ask? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm part Dragonborn, part Leonin, and my grandpa says like we're part like Goblin, but I don't know. That's like, do you ever have those like family members like, oh yeah, we're this, we're that, and like, are you sure? It's like, I don't know.
I don't know. I've only ever been a kobold. Yeah, goblin. So you're saying we're compatible, breeding wise? No, not you and me. Just like kobolds and Dragonborn and Leonin can come together and make you. Oh, she's pretty.
She is.
Oh, look at her.
Pomera.
Aw. But yeah, I firmly believe I'm not the brightest tool in the box.
Tools.
But
Like,
I
suppose a
think
torch can be bright.
I think if there is true love between two people, there's no reason that I don't believe in like only certain species can like breed.
Oh no, certainly love transcends all. I didn't realize they were compatible blood-wise. Like, I suppose they didn't realize they could have children together. That's fascinating.
Oh man, that breakfast must be getting cold. I'm gonna take that shower real quick.
Don't worry,
I wouldn't want it to get cold.
I'll order you a new batch of breakfast. What do you want?
Eggs. Any kind of meat really.
Eggs, any meat?
I'm not picky.
What will Nico have?
Literally anything.
Yeah.
The floor.
I'll get him a bucket
This-
of your best meat.
The rest of the scale.
Swallowing skin. Right. You best get him a little bathe, I suppose. He's getting rather muddy.
Oh, well, we go for a swim every day, so
In the mountain.
we'll find some kind of bathhouse or something.
Yeah, there
You guys-
certainly is some here. I
You guys bought
don't
a
know how to
tub.
get water, but magic
Yeah.
exists. We have a tub now, and we have the ability to make water sometimes. I'll have your breakfast ready. He just
Yeah.
kind of glances at Nara's hat, Nara's like dragon arm, and scampers off.
Thanks, Nine.
Just the okay sign above his head.
I said thanks, Nine.
Yeah, he does the okay sign above his head in response.
Oh.
I can't tell if I'm projecting or not. But I imagine Stein just has that weird feeling in your tummy when he's done talking to Nara.
A weird feeling.
Yeah, you know.
Diarrhea?
Yeah, you know what? Sure, let's go with that. Never mind.
No,
Yeah, you're right.
no, he's like giddy.
Uh,
Go ahead, please save us.
you guys have a lovely breakfast.
Roll for it. I want to see if they cook better than I do.
I subtracted 2 gold to give.
Fucking
to
Sheesh,
the-
skeleton.
sheesh really
Yeah,
has
please.
those.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god!
They cook pretty damn good.
Damn.
Ah,
Every single
Every
time, she's
time.
like,
This is my
are they-
favorite joke.
Yeah, are they better than me? Not 20.
They still aren't. They still aren't better than.
Yeah,
Sheesh.
yeah.
It's still pretty damn good though.
It wouldn't have been-
I love that
This
she
is
has
pretty
Oh,
That's
better
good.
than me today.
fetish behavior, but for other cooks.
Does he attack? Does he
Can't
attack
put him in the
lady?
same room with another cook. He'll murder them.
Well, I'm still alive, so that's not so bad.
That's because you're my sous chef.
I love being your sous chef.
I can't kill my sous chef.
Does that mean I make soup?
No, that would be a soup chef.
Is there a chef that makes specifically just soup?
Probably.
Soapy air.
Soapy.
Yeah.
You guys, after breakfast, you guys are greeted by Umeki. Does come back. Oh, good, you're all still here. Lord Kohaku, I have a request from Lady Rin.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
Lady
she-
Rin.
Yes, she is.
Fantastic.
She wishes to provide you with an escort, should you wish it.
Keep it together. Keep it together. No, that's perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Send Rin my my humblest my humbleness, and I don't want to. I understand she's in a situation in the war. She needs all of her troops focused, and I don't want to get in her way. That's so I'll be fine. No problem. Thank you.
Are you certain?
Oh, most
Okay.
certainly. Yeah, it's I couldn't impose.
Understood. Well, I wish you luck on your journeys.
Okay,
Please do be careful.
sure. Holy crap! What was that about?
What was what about?
Apparently, Rin wants to send an escort and escort me through the territory.
Right, because you're an important person.
I can't be seen to be escorted by soldiers of Rin right now. That's the last thing that I need.
You'd suppose she was just trying to keep tabs on us?
She was trying. Well, if I had to guess, if she's as shrewd as I think she is, and she thinks the way I do, I would say that she wants to do it on the off to send a message either to me or assuming that I'm foolish enough to go ahead and accept it, to diminish my family's claim by having association with her.
Right, but
Gotcha.
we already escorted up the elevator by Umeki, who is her soldier.
If I think even more darkly about it, I would say she just wants the shard of the mandate.
Does she know you have it?
Her soldier does. He saw it, right?
Right, it's true. She could have known about it by now.
We should make sure we are keeping vigilant watches overnight then.
I
Certainly,
agree.
before Kohaku gets his breakfast, Stein makes sure it's vegetarian, and then he makes it pretty by shaping it into like the rice into a bunny head, kind
Oh,
of like those cafes where they make it look like cute little Sanrio characters.
Why would
Oh,
you
they
want to diminish your claim?
because she has one, doesn't she?
I guess so, but if her association with you would diminish her claim, doesn't that mean that she doesn't have much of one?
I don't think she does have much of one. Well, maybe it depends.
Who does she support if she was trying to diminish yours?
If I remember correctly, she supports the bastard, right?
Herself,
no,
no?
herself.
Yeah,
Oh, herself?
she believes she has a claim.
Yeah, she's Rin the Usurper.
Yeah, she's called Rin the Usurper. Okay.
At least that's
I
what
don't know if she called herself that.
Nibutani called her.
I don't know if her intention would be to diminish my claim. All I know is that's the effect that is exactly the effect it would have.
Right, sure.
If somebody gets to go into court and say that Kohaku was hanging out and being escorted safely through the territory of Rin the Usurper on her personal command,
Right, it
That's
certainly doesn't look
devastating.
good. You're right.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's pessimistic of me, but I actually do lean towards your darker theory.
Boy, oh boy, let's not mention where we're going to anyone.
That's probably wise.
I don't think we have anyway, at least.
Let's also not take a direct path.
Wouldn't that take longer?
Yeah,
You guys
it
also
will.
did mention where you were going.
It'll take longer, but it would take longer still if we took the direct path and got stopped by an army.
I don't want to get stopped by an army. All right, we'll have to go through trees. We do have 2 wagons, however.
We just bought those. Or no, we bought the tub, which we need the wagon for.
I think we may need to return these at some point.
Return it, like get the money back after we've used it?
Oh no, not the tub. Like these wagons.
Oh.
Were they given to us? Are we borrowing them? I can't recall.
The wagons were given to you.
Oh, they're ours. Delightful.
Nibutani basically said that this is you guys are an investment to her, and these are for you guys to not die.
Ooh, I love being an investment.
Oh, I miss Tetsu. Let's get Tetsu back. Can we go back and pick up Tetsu? Have him come with us.
Unfortunately, not.
It's a bit far.
Yeah, but look at him.
He's pretty great. I'm sure you guys will see him again when you go pick up Terror.
All right.
Unless he's dead.
Well,
Yeah.
we did already mention where we're going, but maybe if we head off in a different direction, they won't know which one's the lie and which one's not.
We'll
Boy,
just
these-
have to step lightly.
News travels fast here. You think Ren is nearby? She must be.
I mean, her army's surrounding this place, right?
Sure.
You think Rin herself is here?
She must be. She got word that I was here very quickly and got word back very, very quickly.
I mean, And Jupiter just kind of like holds up one of Alistair's sending stones. I'm sure they have something like this.
Yeah,
She's
for
a
sure.
necromancer, not a diviner, scryer, or whatever.
A tinkerer, like Alistair.
I don't
Wouldn't
know
she
if she's
have?
necessarily a tinkerer.
Besides,
If she has one in her employ, like she can get her hands on something like this.
scrying, and I think you'll agree, is a celestial art involved with the sky and the celestial stars and things. This is a heavenly art. No evil necromancer would have access to it. She would never be able to appease the spirits of the celestial order in order to get scrying magic.
What's scrying, and is it witchcraft?
Communication at a long distance.
And it's not witchcraft. The magics bleed over each other, and I'm sure that not everyone in her army follows the same tradition. She can communicate with her people from long distances. I'm confident in that.
I've
I'm
definitely
not
heard
sure.
of minstrels that can scry on people, so it's not a divine thing.
I don't know if any truly evil person could master divine magic.
I think that
But it's not divine, Quack.
easiest way.
All celestial magic is divine.
What is
Uh,
celestial magic?
Where's Celestial? Where are you getting that from?
From the sky, from heaven. The
Okay.
stars are in heaven. It's celestial. It's divine.
So is Jupe an angel?
Atropos is going to pop his head out and say, "Are you certain that Ren is evil?"
Mislead me not, fiend.
Do not call him a fiend.
You see the poor little like in owner Levy kind of like startles as you yell and like drops a tray.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll help you pick it up.
Quickly cleans it up. Oh, I'm so sorry. She cleans it up and hurries off.
Yeah, I'm very certain. I'm very, very certain. Atropos.
He's just got the jitters. Don't worry about it.
Who said this? Atropos is the one who asked if she's evil?
Yeah.
Ugh. Ugh.
If we're certain she's evil.
Yeah.
Ugh.
She raises the dead.
That does sound like an evil sort of
Oh,
magic, is it not?
I do have a bit of good news about that.
Hmm?
I get the feeling that most of these aren't actual real corpses.
Yeah, you get that feeling too.
Yeah. They're just kind of summoned skeletons.
Oh,
Like a familiar.
so they're conjuring meat people familiars.
What's a familiar?
It's like goldfish, but
Okay,
the
right.
fact that she
goldfish.
has this many is kind of insane. Thinking
Why
about it,
That's
Why
that's
should
pretty
she
cool.
summon corpses instead of normal things to summon? Ask yourself that.
Intimidation, I imagine.
Yeah, it is pretty intimidating.
Theming.
I don't know. If I had an army of goldfish, would that be pretty intimidating?
No,
No.
it would be
No, it
beautiful
would
and
be.
delightful. Imagine all those teacups and a bunch of tea cats.
It would be pretty cute.
I would
Okay.
love to go into that army and die, I suppose.
What about raising the dead is inherently evil, though?
Thinks about
I
it.
don't even know how to answer that. It just is.
It just is?
Let people's spirits rest.
What if they don't want to rest?
Well, it's different if they're willing, but she's raising the enemy army.
Oh, yeah,
So-
that's fucked up. You're right, yeah.
She's
Yeah.
stealing the laborers from heaven.
I don't know.
They
if they're
have
coming
jobs to
down-
do. They're going to be so behind when they get up there finally.
Well,
There are
I
jobs in heaven.
Yes, obviously.
I don't
Oh.
want to be whatever religion you're in.
Yeah. Who wants to die and then work for the rest of eternity? That sounds terrible.
Stein raises his hand. I
Ugh.
want to be useful in heaven.
Well,
You don't count. You're weird.
There's a
I'm
difference.
not weird.
Okay, that's not a job, though. There's a difference between a hobby and a job.
It's not my hobby to clean and cook.
But you enjoy it.
I do.
You enjoy it enough that you would do it voluntarily without being paid?
For people I like.
Then, my friend, you have a hobby that you get paid for. That's not a job. You are among the lucky ones.
What makes it a hobby? I suppose.
That it's not a job, right? If a job is when you're doing something only because it pays you and you need to get paid to eat and live.
The fact that you do it just because you want to, not because you have to for money or anything like that.
So, like, would walking be a hobby?
Potentially, if you did it for leisure and not just to get one place to the other. Like going on a walk in a garden, that's more of a hobby than walking across the country because you have to, because transportation.
I'm sure people like walking across country as a hobby. They're called hikers.
And there's a gradient there, right? Like you can eventually find enjoyment the thing that you started doing because you had to, and you can start making money doing something that you originally did just because you want to.
I
But like,
suppose.
I don't know. On this gradient, it sounds like you die, you go to heaven, and then you have a job that you have to do, and that sounds like a job. That doesn't sound like a hobby.
All peasants have jobs to do. I'd rather do it in heaven than on Earth.
Wait, peasants are still peasants when they go to heaven.
Yeah, of course.
Why do they have classes in
And
heaven?
managers are managers, and nobles are nobles.
What determines what rank you are in heaven? Can it change?
Sure. Once you get into heaven, you can, if you do well and good progress reports in every quarter, then eventually you'll be reincarnated back to Earth at a higher station. That's how peasants can become nobles.
So, what is it about raising the dead that means their souls have to go back into them?
When they finally get back to heaven, they'll have a big red mark and they'll reincarnate as a lowly worm or something.
So wait,
What?
heaven is strong enough to pull the souls of the dead. This omniscient being that controls all the powers of the universe isn't able to see that somebody's absence was explained because an evil necromancer in the mortal world forced their
Sure,
soul
they
back
can
into the
see
body.
it. They can see it, but
And
rules are rules.
They're held accountable for the actions of another person.
Well, I'm not a priest.
Every sentence that comes out of your mouth about your culture fascinates me.
That's just the problem, I think. You're not a priest. Perhaps we should ask a priest for their judgment.
It's probably best because right now I'm just messing up.
I love the in-character bit that Kohaku might just be spouting all of this like super confidently, and it's not even true.
He knows rich people things. I don't know what he knows about.
Look,
It
rich
makes
people
so
have
much-
to justify their riches.
Yeah,
Look,
exactly.
I'm a noble because
Right.
I
Because he worked hard in
a
heaven.
past life.
Exactly. Yeah,
To go to
yeah.
heaven and work
This,
some more.
this is how Kohaku justifies his like noble heritage.
Look,
It's not that he was born into it. No,
yeah,
absolutely
brainwashed
not.
into it.
Do you think Ren is a priest?
Oh,
Is Ren? Do you think
Rin is a dark priest
What makes him a dark priest?
because they're creating undead. It's so
yeah,
simple.
this is cyclical.
There are multiple gods, right? If your god wants you to do something, could you raise followers of another god and it still be considered good?
Sure, but they all report to the president of the celestial bureaucracy, the unconquered
President?
sun, the great and powerful solar disk, whose son is the emperor. Yeah,
The phrase celestial bureaucracy is never not funny to me.
It made me laugh. Yep.
Kaylin, do we have a celestial bureaucracy in Camelot?
In a sense, I suppose, but
Right.
I don't.
Who's our god again, right? Is it literally just God, or we call him just God?
Okay, you're gonna make me do some deep lore, so
God
Imagine
Lord,
we
go.
all know it. Like, say my
Yeah,
prayers every night.
you all know it. I need to double check because I have 18 religions in this world.
I'm sorry.
All right, fill time.
Let's vamp. Oh, I can't talk to Talon. He's vamp. He's looking stuff up.
yeah.
Tell
there
us
are
more about the celestial bureaucracy.
There are multiple gods. There's the president, the unconquered sun, the great celestial disk, whose son is the emperor. There's that one. He's the best and the biggest. He's the sun. And then there's the moon. That's his consort. And then there are all the minor spirits, like the spirits of I say minor spirits, but minor spirits in the celestial sense. So there's the stars. Okay, so the stars are a council of like 7 or 8 different gods that all manage the stars, and then there's like special ones for priests. So there's kami all over the place, and the kami are usually managers or nobles, or they're outside of the order, and they just kind of help out because they're spirits of nature forces. And there used to be Fu Lang, and Fu Lang is fallen. He's the bad one. He created a bunch of dark shadow spirits on Earth, and the Sun was like, "We better not do that," but he did it anyway. And now the Emperor's like, "That's our number one priority, or it should be." And I think Rin probably gets her power from Fu Lang, which makes her evil.
Is this all a lot of conjecture?
No, it's absolute truth.
Ugh. Thought there'd be less politics in the afterlife.
Why would a good kami give their agent the power to summon undead creatures? Right? That's definitely like an evil shadow kami who follows Fu Lang, right? For sure.
Well, I don't know. Like,
But what
if I could have, go ahead.
if your god's the good god and you raise the shadow people gods as undead, is that good because you're working against the shadow god, so it evens out, so you're doing a good deed by doing a bad thing to a bad person?
Yeah, but it just would never happen. It's oxymoronical, right?
Well, why
Because-
wouldn't it happen? It could happen. I
Well-
need to know. Like, if it's a possibility, then you can't rule it out completely just because you don't want to think about it.
Let's say you're a warrior for a good kami and you're fighting against the shadows of darkness. That good kami wouldn't give you the power to summon undead. They'd give you the power to summon something holy, like foxes or spirit snakes or something good.
But what if they're like a god of undead, but they're a holy god of undead?
Well, there isn't one. It's just
Why
Snakes
not?
are pretty evil in some cultures.
It's true.
I don't know. That's a good question.
So, in Camelot, you guys follow the Order of the Golden Rose, which was started by
Okay.
Merlin.
Oh, Merlin started our religion?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, like a few hundred years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole deal there. Actually, let me give Talon a check on this, and Side, you can make a history check as well.
Look at you guys being
Sweet.
a little baby religion. What happened before then? Did everybody just die?
24.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ignore organized crime. I don't know anything about that.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
It's the other fellow.
Yeah, that's the other guy.
You got a 24? Goddamn. You would know that, yeah, several hundred years ago, essentially, the thing that kind of started Camelot as a nation was essentially after the Hundred Years' War, there were what is now Camelot, especially, was plagued with tons and tons of demons, and there was a very potent miasma that was like spilling out everywhere and was making people extremely sick. Killed a lot of people. Essentially, Merlin and Uther got together and were able to combat that, and Merlin essentially started this order of priests that went about cleansing that miasma. And that eventually led to Uther gaining a bunch of power through Merlin and kind of uniting Camelot.
So wait, Uther is the Golden Rose? Is Uther our god?
Not really.
This
He's
changes a
not-
lot.
He's not worshipped as a god or anything like that.
Okay.
He is just the king, but he kind of worked with this like religious order that started out.
Okay. We have a religious order, but we don't have a god?
The order worships the 72 angels.
72 angels, you say?
Yeah.
Like, I can just grab a Bible and name any of them, is that? Or is it different angels made up?
I have a list somewhere.
You made 72 angels?
No, I stole 72 angels.
Great. Okay, that's fair. That's a lot more fair.
But yeah, they essentially worship kind of like God in heaven, and then the 72 archangels that are kind of responsible for kind of handling heaven.
Do they transform into sports cars?
No.
If not, why not?
Because sports cars aren't a thing yet.
Okay.
Do they, what's the equivalent to special horses?
Probably
The
elven
equivalent of the
horses.
X laws.
So the unifying thread here is that all of these good deities oppose demons and clean up miasma.
Yeah.
Do you think
We have
Ren is
72
doing that
angels.
with her undead?
Like putting the miasma into undead?
No. Well, maybe, sure. I suppose I meant the other way. Do you think she goes around with her undead, cleans up demons and miasma?
I don't know what the effect of miasma is on undead. Do they turn in? Because usually it just kills people.
Right.
But they're already dead, so are they like good tools for that? Because
You-
they can just go in unharmed.
You are discussing this to test me, and I will not fail.
Kwaku,
It's not a test. It's a simple question.
it's not. I can see that it is a test, incidentally, but the reason I'm asking is because this is potentially useful and fascinating magic. But if it's morally reprehensible, I want to know why.
It's simple enough. Ask a priest. They will ask the kami, and the kami will tell you.
Well, not every priest is going to be right. Some of them have to be wrong, right? Not
Sure.
every priest can be right.
Okay, but the kami can't be wrong.
But what if they're wrong about the kami?
Well,
Like,
then
if a
ask-
god comes down and tells me themselves, sure, but I'm not going to trust some priest.
Well, then ask 10 priests and average their answers.
But what if those 10 priests have all been fed the same lies, and that I'm falling victim to their trap by falling for their lies because they've all been lied to?
They were fed lies by the kami. Why would that happen?
What if the gods didn't actually talk to them? I'm
That's
just
a-
saying, unless I get the information from the god itself, I don't know if I'm going to know it's true or not. Like, just because you read something in a book doesn't mean it's true. You have to cross-reference things, and
Well, then
Get your information
destiny
from
is to
different
become
sources.
a priest.
that sounds kind of boring, but okay.
Look, we're going into the holiest of holy places, right? We're going into frog territory. We'll find our answers there.
We
I'm
can
sure you'll be
ask.
satisfied.
But in the meantime, and we have to avoid greed.
Well, then let's get a move on. Maybe in the
Yeah,
wrong
let's-
direction, shall we?
Let's talk about our path here. They're going to anticipate that we'll take the easiest path. Where are we trying to get to? Toge?
Well, we have to get down the mountains first, right? Right?
We're down here, right?
Yeah.
We just took the elevator up.
You guys are a little bit further down. You're like slightly off of this map. You
And
guys are
in-
trying to get up to Kosetsu-jin.
Yeah.
We'll climb more, man. We have to climb even higher.
There aren't any roads or passes or anything on the map. Do we know where they are?
The entrance is right here, around there.
Okay.
Okay.
And that leads into a winding network that kind of like weaves through the mountains. It would be impossible to draw on this map, but you would know that there is a path that leads up.
It's okay, guys. Once we reach frog territory, that's neutral ground. Rin will not dare to harm us once we're there. The
Sure.
Christian's getting there. And she's going to expect us to go this way directly or by road.
What if we don't go by road? When it forks, we go through the forest.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What if we go to Yakubichi and then go through the foothills over here and then hoof it without a road to the
Did I
cave?
hear a beach? We going to a beach?
Isn't the whole point of the land is that you can't just go in whatever angle you want because there's like trees and hills and shit? Like, we have 2 cars.
All right.
The cars will get us killed.
Going through the woods with them will get us killed.
We leave them behind.
I don't want to leave them behind, though, just because you have political enemies that might not actually be enemies and you don't know and you're just speculating.
A skeleton walks past the window.
Very well.
Oh, right. Okay, that's fair still. We don't know about that.
If you want me to do what's right, I'll do what's right.
No, you have a point. I don't want to get mobbed by undead because we decide to have her escort us.
You should not be troubled by my troubles. I can walk separately.
I guess if we go out of her territory to here, you're right. She couldn't really follow us. Oh, she could, but
She's allied with the wolf, I think.
is she?
Do you
I could be wrong about that, I'm not sure. I know Nipatani was.
do you guys suppose that these undead? Do you think maybe we should have taken that escort?
Why?
Absolutely not.
Oh, because the undead will attack us
The
without
undead,
it?
yeah, the undead will just attack us.
I mean, they didn't attack us on their way up here. Well,
We were greeted by a captain who asked our business and then personally escorted us up the lift.
You
Yeah,
may
actually-
take the
oh, that's
escort, but
true.
if you do,
Powerful. A powerful warrior went with us, and they were scared of him.
I mean, maybe a writ of passage at least might have been. I don't know. This is.
We can look for Omeki again and ask him if it'll be safe.
But the problem is that this runs into the same problem as just taking the escort. We either have to sneak or we have to bite the bullet. What's a bullet?
Very hard to sneak with 4 horses,
Right.
5.
5 horses,
5 horses and 2 carts.
2 caravans, 2 carts, 3
mean-
if you count.
2 carts and a wagon.
Yeah, 2 carts in the wagon.
I mean, I suppose we could just bluff our way through it. If anybody confronts us, we tell them we were greeted and personally led up here by Umaki.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have to be a lie. We're just going through.
And if they... If things work the way that they seem to work, then if they were to attack us after that explanation, that looks bad for them. So maybe they wouldn't do it.
Then it'd look good for us because they attacked us.
If they care about looks. If she's going by the usurper, maybe she no longer cares about it, but then she wouldn't give us an escort in the first place. I don't know, this is tricky. My guess is that we're going to need to take the road, and we should just be prepared for some trouble.
On the other hand, it's so much easier to just pretend that Rin is 100% our enemy. But there is also the chance that she's not, and that complicates things.
Can we just decline her escort request because we don't want to make things complicated? Could she accept that as an excuse?
I think she did. Or I think we already did that, yeah.
Yeah.
We could wait for a response, or we could head off.
Well, I feel like if she was going to do anything, she could have just made all of her undead attack us immediately.
While we were
Right.
asleep,
Yeah.
mind you, yeah. Because I don't imagine these fellows need to sleep, and we do.
I
if
think
one of you wants to speak with Rin's like representative, or if Rin indeed is here, speak with her like yourself. That's
I'll speak with Omeki.
probably useful, but I can't be associated with that in any way.
sure. Frankly, I think we take the good favor we've already been given and we get out of town quickly and we hope that they don't attack us. We're small fish. I don't think that we're really... I think we're mostly small fish. I don't know. This is tricky. This is real tricky. I don't know if it's wise for us to stay in this town any longer.
Right.
I don't think she wants to necessarily ruin my reputation. Not that she would care if it happened, but I do think, if I had to guess, she's probably after the mandate.
I was
which
going to
means-
say, I don't think it's your reputation on the line here.
which means we'll have problems either way, whether we take her escort or don't.
Right.
Yeah. We'll need to get you some gloves to hide that more properly.
Mhm. We probably
I will
should just
hide
head
nothing.
west.
Think of how simple this journey would be if I take it off my jacket. And I never will.
Well, we're not asking you to take off your jacket. Your family is who you are, right? But you don't even want the mandate. As you
Right,
said,
but
it's your uncle's. You could
That
just
doesn't
hide
mean
it.
I would hand it over to... No. Can I?
Doesn't yeah, well, here's the thing. If you're saving it for your uncle, presenting it to all your enemies is the opposite of protecting it. So you are going against your word of protecting it.
Yeah, that's where it gets complicated, right? Because
It's not complicated. You are making it really complicated. Hide it.
very well.
Oh, I haven't seen Stein get this flustered.
I've only needed to die 3 times.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess that would do that to about anybody.
Feels very weird to intentionally conceal the greatest gift the Unconquered Sun has ever given to mortals.
I know, but you've already said it's not yours. To present it on your person is like saying it is yours.
Also, that means you should like glue all of your gold to your body so we can see it all of the time instead of keeping it in a pouch. Because that would
No.
be stupid.
Oh, that's inconvenient.
He's not supposed to carry his gold. Yeah, that's the thing again. He's not supposed to be carrying his own gold. He goes
If I
against
were-
the stuff.
If I were traveling in my territory, I wouldn't be carrying gold at all.
Absolutely.
Kohaku, give me an insight check.
With advantage?
Uh, not with advantage, but I'll still give you. They'll still give you something out of 14. When you encountered Nibutani, you had felt a draw or like a connection to her.
I remember that.
Currently, you don't feel any such connection.
To Nibutani.
To you suspect it wasn't specifically to Nibutani, but it was.
Listen to her shards.
So does it feel like I've lost some kind of favor?
No, it's that you think that she's out of whatever range, like far outside of whatever range, and there is no one else that is within that range.
Oh, I see. I have some kind of connection with the other pieces of the mandate. I see.
Right.
Oh.
So now it's important to ask, like, when did I stop feeling that? Like, what's the range?
Probably within 500 to 1,000 feet.
Okay, so approximately
like
when
that.
we went up the elevator.
You would have felt the loss of connection after you left the, pretty much after you left the castle.
Gotcha.
Oh, I see. 500 feet from her. I see.
500 feet to 1,000 feet from her.
Okay, that's interesting news because now it gives me kind of a reason to go sneak around Ren, but I don't really seem to be meeting with her is the problem.
Right. That means at least you have a Rin sensor.
You also get the sense that they'll be able to sense you as well.
That's right.
Yikes. Is there a way to put that in a box or something? They
Oh,
can't
good.
sense.
Then there is no reason for me to hide it.
Right.
I mean, except for, people who can't. Anyway, yeah, there is still a reason. Never mind.
Yeah, anyone who doesn't have a shard will be able to see it now.
That's
Well,
fine.
maybe they don't know what it is, I suppose.
True.
True.
I
We
know what it
didn't.
was.
Yeah.
Nibutani
You
did say
did.
that it was a closely guarded secret that only the head nobles knew about.
Which my
Right.
father never told me
Yeah.
about.
Weird that he hid that from me.
Your father wasn't a head noble.
Your
That's
uncle
true.
is,
My
right?
grandfather was.
It was your grandfather,
Yeah.
and then it was your uncle.
That's right.
We can
So
talk
perhaps
about your
my father
uncle
was-
on the road.
Yeah, it would be right and proper for him not to tell me about it. That makes sense.
I wonder why. Oh, because you're not the head noble, right?
Well, if he thought that I was his heir, which I was until very recently, then he should have told me.
Right.
Oh.
You were essentially named the next heir because he hadn't produced an heir.
Right.
And it's because Yoki left, right?
Which makes me think he
No,
knew he was
Yoki's
gonna
his
produce
younger
an heir.
brother.
Oh, Yoki's the younger brother.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have been the heir for a while.
I was raised thinking I was destined to be at least a high noble or perhaps even the emperor. That's what I was raised as.
Okay.
And then it was all taken away. Although I don't pursue my uncle for personal reasons. Purely political.
Okay. That's understandable.
Do you guys take off and start heading down the road?
I
Oh,
think
yeah, we were talking about it.
should. Yeah, I think we should. I think we go down the road in the carts and we just expect there to be some trouble. We keep watches overnight, and we need
All
you
right.
guys. We should keep bug out bags so that if we have to abandon the carts, we can.
What's
At
a
the
bug
very
out
least-
bag?
Oh no. An escape.
An escape
Supply
supply pad. Yeah, keep your backpack packed with everything essential.
All right.
So I recommend we do not go through Shuto, at least.
All
We
right.
take this other road through the woods. There is a road there. And we could stop at this little town, or we could go all the way to Yakubichi. She's going to expect us to take the shortest route. I think going to Yakubichi might be good.
It also gets us out of the border quickly, which I think is right, as long as we're not getting out of the frying pan and into the fryer.
We will be going to wolf territory, however, and that's where a bunch of soldiers are that are against us, I believe.
Unavoidable. They won't be
Yeah.
deployed in Yakubuchi. They'll be reported on the border, right?
Right.
Presumably.
So we're doubling our distance for something that's probably not safer.
I was gonna say I think I'm tempted to just go straight into this forest territory. Like that. You're right that is what she's probably expecting us to do, but I don't think at this point we can outplay her by, like, deception. We've kind of already tipped our hand here.
That was intentional.
Do you think perhaps we
Squint.
can just cut this area?
No, because we need the road for the carts.
Yeah, not with
Darn
carts.
the roads.
Yeah.
Might
The
be
other
a
thing is
secret
that
road.
regardless of where you cross over, you're probably going to have to cross through a military camp that is going to possibly recognize you or at least ask what you're doing. So,
Right.
Right, we're going through the front lines no matter what we do and where we do.
Okay, we
Okay.
might as well go through this then. What is in Yakubuchi, though?
Yeah, tell us about Yakubuchi.
no.
Kohaku, have you been to Yakubuchi?
Let's see.
Definitely
Don't make
not.
my skill useless.
You haven't been there personally.
Heard of it.
They have an incredible dojo that teaches a style. They have
His style.
Almost
brilliant
certainly.
local cuisine.
It's like a farming settlement, essentially. It's a larger farming settlement.
Ooh, veggies. Fresh veggies.
They have dire wolves made out of plants.
Speaking of, how's Shisha this putt to go?
It's still just spot planned. But yeah, you guys pack up your things, start making your way out of town.
Let's
We are
do it.
taking this brown line, right?
I guess so.
You can make that final decision when you get to that town. But
Right.
I'm leaning that way now because it's clear that the team hasn't banned Yakubuchi. Which is fine.
We're going to Midori Mori, the
I could-
green forest.
I can do anything you want.
I'm throwing you a
Yes.
bone, Drake. You deserve it.
I just didn't plan it because that wasn't the initial plan.
Why are we going to this dot?
Because that's where, I mean, it's on the way to the entrance, right?
Oh, we should go. What is this dot? That's a
That-
fort, right?
No, this dot is the it's a small town that essentially like leads into the main
okay.
path that goes up.
Yeah.
Okay.
This cave is
It's
actually
a
something.
tunnel, right? That goes
is-
to.
Yeah, this is a tunnel that goes through the mountains, and it is a tunnel that Sheesh had taken.
Oh.
And it essentially is like a 7-day maze of tunnels that
Yeah.
comes out somewhere over near Yugatari.
Doesn't that sound fun? I've never been in a cave before, unless you count my cathedral.
That's where I met Petty Saw.
Well, that's also where we met Teru. It was in a cave.
Caves are dark places.
We just didn't know he was Teru at the time.
It's
All
true.
right, that was a cavern thing. That was a cave, wasn't it?
It was a
That's
cave.
cool. Yeah.
That was my
It's a
first
little
cave.
Oh
I've
yeah, the
been
one
in the
we
cave
almost
before.
collapsed. Remember that?
Oh yeah, that was a cave. This is the second cave I've ever been to.
Do you think all caves are filled with weird wasps that want to kill us?
Almost certainly.
Well, if we see crabs, we know what to do.
Run.
Yeah.
Not every cave, but you know, if Petty Saw's in there, there could be bigger Petty Saw.
You hear that, Petty Saw? We're going to meet your friends, maybe.
We're not going that way though.
Oh, we're not? I thought we
No.
were.
No, I think we're going We're going through the mountain. Oh wait, we're going.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
kinda.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought we were like
Yeah.
taking mountain hiking, and that's
Oh,
why we
no.
needed the cold weather
Not
gear.
with the wagon.
No, you're taking the mountains.
I thought so.
Okay,
she's
what?
right.
I thought we were going through the tunnel to go straight to get to the gym.
No, we need
No.
cold weather gear because we're going up the mountains.
No, the tunnel goes to
Gotcha.
Yugatari.
Oh.
That's over here.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're learning.
We're going.
Oh, that's why it's a 7-day.
Yeah,
we're
you
going
like
up
wind
here.
through like underground through the mountains, and you guys are trying to go up into the mountains.
Okay.
Um,
This all makes sense now.
Now that we know where we're going,
You know that you know in Skyrim that little village that you have to go through to get to the steps that go up to the Greybeards.
Yes.
yeah,
That's kind of what this
that's a
town
lot
is.
of steps, straight.
That town is kind of like what this is, and then the path up to Kosetsu-jin and the other monasteries up in the Frog region are kind of like the Greybeards.
I'm just gonna
Oh,
walk
boy.
up the side of the mountain. What could go wrong?
Horses are notoriously good in mountains. They stick to the side. They did in Skyrim.
That's goats.
That's good, right?
Oh, we should have gotten goats to pull the carts. Dang it.
Maybe dragon goats. Are dragon
Maybe.
goats a thing?
Maybe they'll have some in the or in that town.
The preparation village here. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if they have dragon goats here.
That's a Camelocian thing, ain't it?
Yeah.
Dragon goats. Do I know what a dragon goat is?
They're
Sounds-
typically called camels.
No,
No.
No, those are inbred horses.
You can give me a I guess a nature check, Alistair. You can't tough DC.
Okay.
Yeah, you've never heard of dragon goats.
I think that's made up. How could you make a dragon breed a goat?
Don't think they're real dragons. They just call them dragon goats.
Well, obviously not. You could make a goat breed a dragon, though.
dragons can breed with anything. Just like the whole point of dragons.
Just looks at Nara.
They're like humans, but scaly and big.
Weird.
Probably
Well,
no dragon goats
we can
here
see
then.
if they have
Okay,
dragon
we
goats.
have our-
Now I want to go because I need to see the dragon goats.
I'll try and doodle a dragon goat.
So I need you guys to figure out what's your what are you guys doing or what's your jobs currently as you're traveling?
I can start. Goaku's job is sitting in the back and relaxing. Not because I'm lazy, but because I don't want to be seen.
That's fair.
Nara could do scouting ahead a little bit. It's like
Yeah.
You are faster than the horses, so
Do you Naruto run the entire time?
yep, the whole way.
Stein is sitting on top of the caravan, keeping an eye out of 360 degrees, basically.
all right.
I'm driving one of the carts.
She's driving the other and then tailing on the wagon.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Unless Cool Spot is still giving her trouble.
Yeah.
He might be. She's not
They
great
can
at
swap.
this. If there's anyone else that would like to.
We can swap.
It's the same DC regardless. It's just
But I can talk to Cool Spot.
Does Cool Spot have a
Alright.
swimming speed?
all right. Nara, Nara can give me a perception check. Stein, you can also give me a perception check, and
Sure.
then Jupe, Sheesh, and Talon will give me either vehicles or animal handling.
You can do it, Talon.
She's hit.
And perception.
Perfect. God, you guys nailed it.
Nara's good scout, and I'm good at just beeping, checking around the caravan area.
Yeah, you kind of keep an eye, especially like out behind you guys, to make sure nobody's coming up behind you. And as you guys pull away from the town isn't huge. It's a decent size, but you kind of start to pull away from it. And Stein, you keep an eye out and make sure that nobody seems to follow you or pay you any mind. Get kind of waved through. Nara, you kind of rush on ahead and begin to scout the roads. You can tell that the road that you guys are traveling on is fairly frequently traveled, particularly by carts. There's a lot of like grooves where wheels have been like dug in, and you can see the footprints from a lot of like horses and things. You imagine that a lot of supplies are kind of being transported back and forth through here. But as you're traveling ahead, you do find that you don't spot any more undead. And as you guys pull away from the town, you kind of stop sensing them. You and Sheesh both kind of stop feeling their presence in the area.
That's within a mile, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jupe, Sheesh, and Talon all are able to keep the carts going at a good pace. Nara, especially you, as you're kind of like scouting up ahead, you can see the you guys are kind of traveling through essentially like just a plains area up here, but off to kind of like the northeast of you, you can see these like jagged spikes of rock that are kind of like they've been covered up with grass and moss and other plant matter at this point, but you can see where it looks like the earth was kind of like peeled back almost.
Huh.
That's bizarre.
Jupiter, what time is it?
I look up at the sky. What time is it?
I don't know, man. When do you ask this?
Probably early afternoon, I guess, is when we see
We've been
these spikes.
traveling for hours, so
I don't know. We probably have a few hours till sundown.
that will put us maybe 5, or is it winter? It's not winter anymore. Maybe at 6.
Why? What's up?
Let's say nothing. I can just say 6 o'clock and all's well.
Wait.
That's what gods yell.
Wait. So you want to do the timekeeping thing, but somebody else has to keep the time, and then
Well,
you tell
I
them
can't
the
tell
time
the
that you've
time.
kept. So you just want to do
Yes.
the shouting part of being a timekeeper.
Do you want me to just say all's well?
Sure, just intermittently.
Because everything's well currently. No one's following us that I can see.
All right, cool.
I can see Nara up ahead.
All is well.
He's well. He's fine.
See him like trip when he's jumping on a branch, almost fall, gathers himself.
Oh, he's well. He's still well.
Nico pounces on top of you.
Branch breaks.
I don't know why he's traveling via the trees.
Because it's cool.
I guess it's cool. He can jump very far.
Nara's got climbing speed.
Gotta make
It's
use
incredible
of
that he's found so many trees in this plains area.
Yeah, he's so crazy.
There's one tree, and then
found
there's
the
like
one
another
tree.
tree 100 feet away. I try and jump 100 feet.
Yeah.
He's like, I can make that
massive
jump.
leaps and running the rest of the way.
Nico just glides over.
But yeah, the first day of travel goes by more or less uneventfully. You guys are able to bed down for the night.
Excellent.
You guys can set up your watch orders.
Oh, sweet juicy mana.
If I go take watch first, Then I can join everyone else's watch. No, wait. Yeah. Second watch. It's 2 hours each. Wait, no, it'd be 4 hours. I'd be here. I was right the first. It's been a while.
Oh no, I can't move my token.
What?
I think it's because Drake pulled it out on this map, so try moving yours out again. Pulling out another one.
I don't
You're
know
gonna
why it
be-
does that.
Tiny.
Forgot
There
we
we go.
named the horse
Try that.
Pesto.
There we go.
We're in Team Fam. Being Fam, and then I'll join Talon in the last one once it's my turn. What's for dinner, Sheesh? What shall we make?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti sounds great.
Spaghetti.
Can we make the meatballs out
What if
of
it's-
like beans?
It's spaghetti, but it's rice noodles.
Rice noodle spaghetti. What do you call this? Like a fusion, right? Fusion cuisine? Sure, we got rice noodles.
Don't say that. They don't sponsor us.
Is that a thing that exists?
Yeah.
Didn't
I
know
mean,
that was
it is
a thing.
also just a style of cooking. Yeah.
Okay.
I looked up rice noodle spaghetti and I don't see any.
Yeah, we're
First.
inventing it now.
We're pioneering.
Yeah.
There is a weird rice noodle salad that looks weird, but no spaghetti.
We will call it the shigeti. Shishgeti.
Really rolls off the tongue, huh?
Sheesh.
Spashish. It's spashish.
Spashish.
Spaghetti and sheesh balls.
There we go. We got there.
Is that meatballs that use your fish sauce?
Well, yeah, it can't have meat. Can we have like special meat
be-
made out of beans for like kohaku?
Sure.
Thanks.
A black bean
Mix-
meat.
Yeah, some bean curd and or paste balls.
God, bean curd
You
balls
sound
sound
so tired.
terrible. Ugh.
Sorry, Philo, you sound so tired.
I'm very tired. I'm sorry.
Why are you so tired?
I
Stay-
did not sleep at all last night, baby.
Stay hydrated.
Oh,
I kept waking up and rolling around.
Oh, you slept like a
taking
baby.
ibuprofen and then going back to bed. I shouldn't say I kept doing that. That only happened once.
Okay. Not close enough.
Do you guys not like the sound of sheesh balls?
It's not great. It's
I'm interested.
oh my lord. I keep rolling so low on these.
You can only put that on yourself?
Just me,
You're saving the good rolls for later.
I guess.
I've seen you use those rolls on yourself, even though they're bad,
Yeah,
to prove a point.
true.
it's also better than a 1. So
It is. It could beat a 1.
You could use it. No, wait, you don't want to use that on a death save because that's just a fail.
I mean, you would use it if you rolled a 1 on death save.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, the night goes by uneventfully, actually. Maybe surprising to some of you guys, but yeah, you aren't hassled in the night. Undead don't swarm your wagons or anything like that.
That's a good
Um,
sign.
And the next morning, you guys wake up and continue on. If you guys want to switch jobs, you can. Otherwise, you can give me the same rolls one more time.
Yeah, same deal.
Let's do it.
Not good this time. Passive is 16 at least.
Excellent. Now you will be ambushed.
Immediately.
Cool. Stein and Nara keep a little bit of a less vigilant watch this time, scouting ahead.
We got cocky from last week, from yesterday. From our peaceful night's rest.
But in spite of that, you guys don't encounter anything too untoward. However, as the sun begins to descend and you guys can start to feel like, okay, maybe we should start bedding down for the night and set up camp, you do see a couple miles ahead of you, there is a small town. So you guys decide to push on through. You don't arrive until right as the sun is kind of setting, but you find a small little village, and you guys are able to set up your camp kind of in and around there.
Excellent.
I'll show you guys. And you have reached the fork.
All right, it's decision time. At this point, we can either head to Yakabuchi or head up north.
Yakabuchi, head north, or head to Shuto.
So it seems like there are no undead. You fellows can't detect any?
As you get to the town, you do find that there are a handful,
Oh.
but a dozen.
Well, that's not bad.
The way I see it is if they were going to ambush us, they would have ambushed us by now. Maybe.
Maybe. I wouldn't go to Shudo still, because there's going to be a lot more there, but I don't think we need to go to Yakubuchi.
Yeah, I feel like the middle path is probably the right call.
Very well.
With Nara scouting ahead, we'll never be in trouble.
You guys also know that you're supposed to swing by to look for Julong.
In where? Shuto?
You know, it's his inn is somewhere in Midori Mori,
Okay, we'll just have
off the road there.
In the,
to find them in Midori Mori.
Midori Mori is this whole forest area, right?
Yeah, it's like this area.
So yeah, going down the middle path seems best, probably anyway.
Yeah, he apparently
Right,
works at a place called the Headless Horseman.
Yeah,
We'll have to check
and,
there.
and they treated Kohaku very well there, apparently, if I recall.
Sure.
What are all these skull and crossbones everywhere? Are those signifying anything specific at those locations?
Pirates.
World bosses.
Oh, okay.
Essentially,
come
just
back.
danger.
Oh, let's avoid those, I suppose.
That's another reason to not go to Shudo.
The other common word for danger is experience.
We don't even get experience in this campaign. We get milestones.
Well, the other word for experience is treasure.
It's
I do
true.
like treasure. If the world bosses have any treasure, that would be nice.
Usually world boss drops are BOE too.
Sure.
What's BOE?
Means you can
Find
sell
down
them.
equip.
Oh.
Anyway, I think middle route sounds right.
Sounds good. All right, I need next morning, unless you guys have anything you want to pick up here. You guys are able to continue on and give me one more set of rolls.
Same as last time.
There you go, Talon.
Oh, we're
Same again.
killing it today.
No, Nara
Blah.
keeps finding these trees.
Nico's been getting real rambunctious with you, and he's like very distracting as you guys are like trying to scout. He keeps like trying to like play with you.
Yep.
Jumps on the field.
He keeps like running in between your legs and stuff, and like he's way bigger now, so he's like just fully
I'm
like
wide.
barreling you over. But you guys start heading up through the road. Eventually, you hit the a kind of split in the road, and you see a road sign that essentially says one path leads up to Midori Mori, and then the other leads over to Shuto. Head over to Midori Mori and continue on.
Off we go.
It's kind of up to you. You guys hit a point where you can see up ahead. There's the like kind of on the horizon. You can see the startings of a military camp. You can see a little bits of tents and some flags and that sort of thing. A little bit of smoke from some campfires. You could potentially reach it by nightfall, or if you'd rather, you can camp a distance away and then approach in the morning.
It's just me, but I feel that people are usually a little bit more friendly at night.
Are they?
I'm not the expert here. My vote would be we go there so we can stay at the camp if they let us.
Sure. Do you want someone to check ahead if they're friendly?
Well, if we send, like, we should go as a group, right? If we're planning on being friendly, then we approach normally. If we were to send, like, a scout, they'd be like, oh, we're being spied on.
Oh, we could send like a small animal. They wouldn't notice, right?
Or if they did notice, it would be even worse.
I mean, we
Small
can, I can
animal.
go either way. I don't think we're going to know whether they're friendly or not until we go up there.
Well, we might as well then.
All right, so you guys approach the camp.
Yeah, let's do it.
Sure.
You guys need to head forward, and Tara and Sheesh, you guys start to notice and can see the presence of undead beginning to increase.
Ugh.
And eventually you hit this a large camp. What you do notice with this one in particular is that the presence of undead is a lot higher than it was over at the Great Fall. The Great Fall was largely manned by a fairly split combination of undead and living soldiers, and here it seems like there's a lot more undead. There are still some living soldiers, and they do come and greet you all. But it seems like this place is a little bit more fortified, possibly due to the fact that there isn't a ton of like natural defense here. But so we just approach your wagons, and so. Good evening. What's your business here?
Hello, we're passing through, headed to Midori Midori Rimori? Midori Rimori.
Midori Mori.
Midori Mori. We're headed north.
See, and for what purpose?
We're headed towards the Frog Province.
Ah, I see. Well, I don't advise crossing the borders at night.
Understood. We were planning on making camp soon. Is it alright if we do it nearby?
Give me a persuasion roll.
Be persuasive.
Kind of looks you all over and says, very well, but do it a little ways back. Wouldn't
Certainly.
want civilians getting caught in any crossfire should anything happen.
Right, of course. We'll go right over that hill there.
Yeah, gives you a little nod and sends you guys on your way.
Right. Easy enough.
You guys are able to bed down for the night.
How many days of travel in a row has this been? Just curious.
This was your third day of travel.
Okay.
Yeah.
If
Alistair,
I do
how's the
nothing
sword going?
for 4 more days. Oh, I'm doing that. Shit. Never mind. I want my flashback. I just want flashback. That's all I want.
I don't know if we can long rest while.
Probably not.
Probably. We'll find a place. Can we?
Theoretically, somebody could.
Perhaps Alistair and Kohaku?
Yeah, like Alistair and Kohaku, if you guys aren't contributing to travel and are just like laying down in the beds and enjoying the Vardos, then yeah, theoretically you could.
Staying low profile,
Yeah.
as I was asked to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
The sword
what
is a low priority. You don't have to finish it
Yeah.
right now.
What I'm saying is that like that is one of the benefits of having these wagons is that potentially some of you can rest even while you're traveling.
Yeah.
Just no physical labor for a week.
Reading's not physical labor.
Yeah, you can read.
Just make sure not to focus too much or you'll get a headache.
That's what coffee's for. It's fine.
Alright then, we will make camp.
All right, you guys make camp.
Are there a lot of undead here?
Ooh, okay.
4 dragons.
4 dragons descend on the camp, annihilating it. And,
But
it's
we're
a
not
good thing
getting
you guys didn't stay there.
4 death knights.
I need Talon and Stein to make perception checks as you're keeping watch early in the morning. Stein. As you're kind of keeping an eye out, your eyes kind of glance over the camp, and you can make it out. There's like torches and things. Like the camp is lit to make sure that people don't go sneaking into it. As you're watching some of the undead kind of move around, you notice like several of them. There are like groups of them that you start to kind of notice, and they all just very kind of like mechanically just follow almost the exact same path.
Toward us?
No, just like as they're kind of patrolling.
Okay. Hey, Talon, you noticed that about them?
Notice what?
The the unliving folks, they seem to be traveling. Was it the same path, repetitively?
Yeah, and like as you're watching them, they do seem to be like the paths that they're taking seem complex, but you get the sense that it's almost like done deceptively to um, hide how kind of mechanical they are.
Gotcha. I don't think they're very. What's the word I'm looking for here? Not very alive. If you get what I'm trying to say, they can't really think for themselves.
I guess they probably don't have brains, so
Well, that makes sense. It's like they're just pretending to be on lookout. It's to scare people who want to sneak in.
do you think somebody could? Do you think they'd react if somebody snuck in?
I'm not sure. I
Probably
wouldn't want
best to
to.
not
Yeah,
test
I
it.
wouldn't want to risk it.
Yeah,
You know what they say? Curiosity killed the cat.
yeah. We got a lot of those.
We've at least three. One of them is half. Yeah, that's right. Curiosity killed the cat, and there's no follow up.
There's no follow up. That's where the expression ends.
It just ends there. They added a follow up later
Well,
in the sequel to the book, which I can't read.
I wonder if anybody else would know more about them.
In well, there is maybe Atropus. Just kind of gently nudges the bump in his like.
He's
shirt,
fully
his
asleep.
cloak. Yeah, no, I'll let him sleep. We could ask him in the morning, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. Well,
He's like the death of dreaming and hope and stuff. I don't know if that applies to undead. Maybe it's related.
well, he said he was an aspect of death, so maybe it's a little related, but in kind of a abstract way.
It's much too complicated for me.
Me too.
Could go back to word games with Faye. Not that we got many of them in the cathedral. The protections usually did their job. Usually.
Must have gotten pretty repetitive there, being
We
closed off like that.
it was. We found our little ways to get through the nights and the days and the hours. We'd play pretend, for example. I'd like to be a knight.
I like that one.
Yeah, I didn't have a horse though, so it was a broomstick. And no one wanted to be damsel, so sometimes I would be the damsel.
Aw.
I think you were a good damsel.
I think I was a pretty good damsel, yes. Everyone felt happy. Also, I got to get carried.
She goes and attempts to pick you up and then can't because she's real weak. And so, well, it's getting pretty early, so we should probably wake everybody up.
Yeah. I'll go put the kettle on.
All
and
right.
start shaking people.
Pats top your head and then gets up and goes to start waking everybody up. Sun starts to peek over the mountaintops and starts to cast a bunch of like god rays across the fields and the hills here. You guys wake up the next morning.
It's so early.
Good morning, dear friends.
Good morning.
It's
That's
currently
it.
the 3rd of waning beer.
Waning beer?
Waning beer.
Oh, veer.
The last month of spring.
Oh, will it be winter soon or summer?
Summer.
All right, it's gonna be hot. Get your summer clothes ready.
Well, get your winter clothes ready because you're going up into the mountains.
Oh yeah, it's regional. Good morning, Nara.
Good morning.
I can't remember if anyone likes coffee.
I'll take some.
Be careful with that stuff. It stunts your growth. I should know.
Coffee? Are you
Yes.
certain?
Yeah, I drank it when I was 9 and I haven't grown since.
Damn.
That's what my grand always said too.
Not that any of you have any more growing to do, I think.
I don't know. I could be a foot taller. Probably not.
I mean, if I have to choose between
You have a
energy in
spell
the
that
morning
does
and a
that.
couple more inches of height, I'm going to take the energy.
Oh, here's your cup of energy.
Thank you.
And a sprig of cinnamon. Just plunks it in.
Hmm.
What's the hum for?
I feel like you could infuse it better than just using the whole stick, but
It does taste
Oh,
good.
that's just to stir it.
I like
Oh,
to
okay.
drink through it like a,
Straw.
like a reed straw.
So you're crunching as Nara bites into it.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my god.
It's a little bitter.
You're not supposed to, Violet.
I don't think you're supposed to chew that.
Oh.
Is it good?
Ah. I've had better.
Jupiter bites
You-
it.
Don't do it, no.
Well, that's not bad.
The
Little
little wooden
chewy.
texture. It's
just sits there like chewing that bark for an hour.
scrunch. Congratulations, you've invented like chewing tobacco. Tobacco?
Adds texture to the coffee.
Sure.
Well, it's not supposed to have
If there's
texture.
one
It's a
thing
liquid.
that I really wish coffee had, it's texture.
Well, you just put the coffee grounds back into the bottom of your cup.
Oh, God.
You have a nice surprise waiting for the end of it.
Okay, perhaps I could beat an egg into egg whites.
Nothing beats that last swig grit.
Ugh, I hate that part.
You never heard of cowboy coffee?
Cowboy
I've
coffee.
heard of cowboy coffee.
Yeah.
It's cowboy
You
coffee.
you grind the beans, you pour the powder into your cup, you pour hot water into your cup, and then you skim off the beans after.
Oh, boy.
That sounds pretty manly.
You don't need a filter.
Just skim it off.
Just skim it off. Yep.
Have you heard of cowboy caviar?
No.
No.
Oh. I didn't know cowboys laid eggs.
They don't.
Anymore.
Tell us. What is it?
Cowboy caviar is bull testicle.
Oh,
Oh,
that's gross.
It was
A
Giuseppe's
delicacy in some
favorite.
areas. Giuseppe's.
It's culture! No, just
I just made that up. Not the cowboy caviar pot. That was Giuseppe's favorite.
That's
I
fair.
just really hate that guy.
No, it's Canon now. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're the one who made this food, so I
Every-
assume everything you say about his eating
every
habits.
morning, Giuseppe had a cup of coffee with the grounds in it.
And bull
And-
testicles.
Yes. That was his breakfast, and that was why he was always such a bitter, violent, angry man.
Yeah, that's pretty gross. Alright, well, let's go see if we can get through this camp, shall we?
Yeah,
A
let's
note
go.
about the undead that I found out last night.
Oh, what's that?
They move in a pattern.
Like a patrol pattern?
Kind of like that, but it's almost mindless the way they do it. Like they're just doing it because they were told to.
Sure, like they've been programmed.
I don't know that word. Just that I feel like they don't have the autonomy that they're trying to display. So I'm not actually sure if they could see or if they'll raise the alarm if someone approaches their camp or if they attack immediately. Just that they've been told to walk in a certain way.
That's fair. Well, we'll try to avoid them, and we've already talked to the people at the camp, so, like, we can ask them if there's a way to get through.
I kind of want to find out though, if they really do just walk in the pattern and don't actually look out.
Sure, we can ask them about it. I'm sure they'd explain it, especially if it's, like, a danger to us. Hopefully they'll give us a heads up.
Right. Well, whoever's doing the talking, by all means.
So you guys head back towards the camp.
Yep, let's do it.
You guys make your way across, and
They're all dead.
they are not all dead. Many are still walking, though.
Okay.
You are greeted, and they say, "Are you here to cross?"
Yep, we are headed northward.
Understood. Let's guide you through. And they meet you guys up the road. Says, "Here, be sure to hold this." He gives you essentially like a small flag to kind of hold up.
Oh, is this for the patrol?
No, it's for the other side.
Oh, okay, I understand. I see.
Ensure that you aren't shot on sight.
Certainly. Thank you. Well, I'm not sure if it's like prudent for me to wish you good luck, but thank you for your help.
It's appreciated. Good luck as well.
He gives a thumbs up and
Stay safe.
takes off.
All right, yes. Head off, and you begin to cross this again crossing over this strange no man's territory where there's just no life. There's grass, but it doesn't even feel like the grass is alive. It's just a silent and still, very tense moment as you cross over the line.
Kind of creepy.
Just hold up the flag, and you're waved down by soldiers on the other side.
Hello.
And You can see that the soldiers here, obviously, first of all, not corpses, which is possibly relieving.
Sure is.
That's good.
But you also notice that a lot of them have this. They're in. One is kind of like in kind of samurai garb with this big like kabuto helmet, but he's also got this like cloak that has like clearly made of like a wolf pelt with like the wolf's head on one side.
Ooh. Very fancy.
How do you want this flag back?
Are we supposed to let you guys have this, or do we just hold on to it?
No. What's your business here?
Hi, we're traveling north to Midori Ramori and onward to the Frog Province.
Understood. No, that was just to assure us that you were civilians, not involved.
Ah, got it. Oh, thank you.
Yes. It's our duty to allow those who wish to seek the Frog Province through, so.
Well, cool.
Wish you a
We'll be-
safe journey. If you don't mind, we'll escort you out of the camp and through.
Certainly, thank you.
Many graces to you.
Several other soldiers kind of walk up behind you guys and start escorting you out. Several of you, the higher perceptions, can tell that they're definitely like doing some quick scans of your carts and things.
Sure.
Just making sure that there's nothing sketchy. But they seem unfazed largely. I don't think you guys have anything on you that is particularly noteworthy.
Yep. Just try to play it cool.
Jupe,
Yes.
how'd your book?
My book. My
It's-
sketchbook?
It's sketchy.
I get it.
Nara, how could
They're,
you?
they're whispering.
Sorry.
How could you?
He was making a joke. He said that my sketchbook looked sketchy. Get it?
Yes, very humorous.
Sorry. Thank you.
So funny.
Can I? Can I
Did you
see
boys
the
find
sketchbook?
anything fishy?
I'm gonna go
heard
back to
that.
bed. I hate all of you.
Get it? I heard that. Did you get it?
Sorry,
Mysteries
we're all a
Cloud.
little tired after scaling that mountain.
What mountain? We haven't got to the
mountain?
mountain yet.
The one we were just at.
What? We haven't been to a mountain.
Where do you think we took the elevator from?
Oh,
We're
the
tired
cliff?
from using an elevator?
The cliff. Yeah. Scaling that cliff.
They eventually get you guys through their camp, and you guys are able to carry on down the road.
On we go.
Because I have scales, friend.
Oh. Oh. Okay, I get it.
He throws some parsley at you.
You guys are officially in the Wolf Province, having skipped the Tiger Province entirely. For now in Arc 4 of the campaign.
We did it. Skipped straight through 3.
I feel
Where-
bad.
Entering Midori Mori.
Yeah. As you guys pass through, it doesn't take long. It only takes a couple hours of travel at most before you start to hit this like tree line that is filled with these lush and vibrant trees that are just kind of like you guys are hitting the end of spring, so they're fully coming into their like brightest and most vibrant around this time. It's actually like very beautiful, especially after crossing over like plains and rocky hills for the past couple of days.
Yeah.
As you guys reach the edge of the forest, you can see that the trees are kind of like create this knotted canopy above the road, which kind of casts everything in shadows. And what was kind of like a beautiful scenic thing from a distance suddenly becomes a kind of oppressive, almost like cave of a forest. And you can start to follow the road.
Wow, this is pretty wild.
Now's your time, Nara. All these trees.
Yes.
Oh, you haven't like seen this many trees before, have you?
Yeah, this is bizarre. I'm glad the road is here. I wouldn't know where to go. You can't see anything.
Yeah, if there's no road, it's real easy to get lost.
You have so many stories about children getting lost in the woods because it keeps happening.
Yeah, I see why. It just looks the same everywhere.
And the road continues to wind forward. As it does, Nara and Stein, both of you guys, as you're keeping watch, you start to notice these, like a crack of a twig and the rustling of some brush.
I heard something.
Suddenly, something darts across the road behind you guys and disappears on the other side of the road.
Something behind us.
Hey, who's there?
So Nico kind of like gets up on his haunches and kind of like scoots over closer to you, Nara. You can see that suddenly, like, several things darting around you guys, slowly kind of circling you. Every once in a while, they'll dart across the road and then in front of you or behind you. Just these like low, dark shapes covered in fur. Like the roads aren't super wide, so they just like leap in almost a single leap from one bush into another and kind of vanish behind trees and brush. What do you guys do?
Are you forest spirits? If so, please let us through. We have rice.
You get no response.
I don't think the forest spirits.
Should we
I'm gonna-
stop?
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
They start cussing you.
And just shout out like, "Who the fuck are you?"
We guard this forest.
I figured the forest would be the tree.
Who are you to intrude?
We're just passing through.
You stink of foreigners. Like the others. Not quite like the others. Yes, not quite like the others.
Which other?
Is she still the one who can hear them? Or are they speaking common?
Only she is the one that can hear them.
Oh.
The rest of you guys can hear what sound like growling and barking of wolves.
Interesting.
And as you begin to talk, you guys see like creeping out of the brush. You guys find yourselves surrounded by about a dozen wolves. Dark grays, browns, and blacks. Covering some of them with mottled kind of fur textures, others full, single colored. Their eyes kind of like glinting.
Oh, this is my worst nightmare. One of them.
What are they saying,
They-
Sheesh?
They're saying they're the forest. That we stink like foreigners. Though similar to the others, but not quite like the others.
There were others.
I don't know. They haven't answered me who the others were yet.
I see.
But they
We
say
are
they
foreigners.
said we're intruding.
Also, that's kind of rude.
Should we roll around in the dirt? That's what wolves do, right? Or their own poop. I'm not rolling around in my own poop.
Wolves tend to just attack when you go into their woods if you're weak.
I apologize for my fishy and foreign smell. I assure you, we mean you no harm. We are just passing through.
Give me a persuasion check.
Can I do Anwalian?
Sure.
Okay. I think that one is that's a little bit better. Oh yeah.
Oh! They say, Master.
One, two, there is a Stein. You feel the wagon under you kind of like rock for a moment as one of the wolves kind of like leaps up on the back windowsill and up on top of the wagon with you and gets very close to you. It's a regular sized wolf, but for you, that's huge. And it presses its nose into you. Its fangs kind of bared and starts to like sniff and growl at you.
Easy.
Then one of a much larger wolf that's kind of like ahead of you all barks, and the one behind you or next to you, Stein, kind of backs off, jumps off the wagon. The larger one says, "Very well, but we will be watching." The wolves kind of scatter and slink off into the forest.
They dropped them a jerky.
Sure.
I'll give them a bit of dried meat too.
Yeah. A couple of the smaller ones come over and like quickly grab them and like scurry off. Sheesh, because you still have to speak with animals, you can hear a couple of the wolves kind of like reprimanding them for taking it.
Thank you for not eating me. Knowing that I'm the smallest and weakest here.
We appreciate you not eating us and keeping an eye on us. They seem nice.
Was that one going to eat me, Sheesh?
I don't know.
I thought you could speak to them.
He did. I mean, he wasn't looking at me while he was doing that and saying, "I'm going to eat this one."
Yeah, it just bared its teeth at me.
Speaking of wolves, how's my little wolf plant?
It's still just a plant.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Give it a few more days.
It could take a while. It's probably pretty slow growing.
So wait, they said we smell like foreigners?
yeah.
Are these wolves not like foreigners? Wouldn't everything be a foreigner to them?
What do they mean by foreigners, I suppose, yeah?
I mean, we are in the wolf province, aren't we?
True.
Well, there weren't any tigers in the tiger province.
And they did. These
That would
wolves
be
did say
terrifying.
they are the forest.
That is pretty wild.
Maybe I don't know if they were speaking metaphorically. Or,
Well, I think they would have to be, right?
do
I
you think?
get it, you.
Do you think
Wow.
feral wolves understand political ley lines enough to know that they are in the wolf province and they're being clever about it? And that's why they're saying we smell foreign, because they saw us crossing. They know we're not from the wolf province.
Probably not. If I had to guess, the province is probably named after the wolves. You know, like the Fox province.
That's, I mean, there are wolves pretty much everywhere. It's not like wolves only live on this side of the mountain, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
The provinces are named after the gods.
Oh,
Oh. Well, are the animals Because, like, we met foxes in the Fox Province, wolves in the Wolf Province. Did the animals come from the gods within their region? Or is it just coincidence so far? Either way, it's good that they're leaving us alone. They didn't say anything about the foreigner, right? Or the others?
Didn't specify the others, but one did single out Stein.
I am from Camelot, I guess.
True, you're also a kobold. You think the others passed through here?
You think Goblet might be here?
Or was at one point.
Thank you, wolves. Just looking for a trail. Could you translate that for me? I don't think they could understand. Also, we should probably look for the Headless Horseman.
When we get there, yeah.
Are we already there?
No, we just crossed into the forest.
Yeah, it could be literally over there. Or is it actually a place that's well known?
I mean, it's
Two
at a
places.
settlement.
Oh, it's a settlement. That makes
Well,
sense.
it's a tavern at a settlement, not in the middle of the woods.
No, it's actually in the middle of the woods.
It's just a lone tavern in the middle of the woods?
Yep.
Oh, damn. Okay, do we know that?
Yeah, Sheesh would know. He stayed there for a while, and Kawaku stayed there.
I
Gotcha.
work there.
That's what I thought. It's just there. There's no talent.
Wait, okay, let me get... Okay, this is... It's just completely self-sufficient? Everybody that lives at the tavern stays at the tavern and makes food for the other people who live at the tavern?
Travelers go through here.
They like merchants come by and they drop off supplies, and then they keep themselves stocked up. It's essentially like a little like a road stop tavern. So like people cross by frequently, and they just survive off of that. Essentially,
Huh.
it does seem like, I don't know, maybe, who knows? It might just seem like, wow, that's neat and interesting to Jupe, who's spent his life on the sea.
Yeah.
But it could potentially strike you as like, that's a little odd.
It's
like,
very strange. It would be so isolated. Who do they talk to? I guess the travelers.
it seems like something that would be hard to maintain potentially, just from a financial standpoint. Unless they were getting a lot of business.
They must. They must. Well, let's
Um,
go. We'll keep an eye out for it. I mean, it could be right over there for all we know. The visibility is so low in these woods. I understand the expression now. I'd heard it before, but I always thought it was silly. But you really can't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah, they kind of get in the way.
They get in the way of everything. Almost a little claustrophobic.
But wide open at the same time.
Do you get claustrophobic? I figured you were in a boat all the time. Like, you would be used to that.
Not terribly, but I do like being able to see the sky.
I suppose the leaves and the canopy gets in the way of that a lot.
Yeah,
You could climb the trees if you want to really see it.
It's just like a mast.
it does sound kind of fun.
Let
Maybe
me
when we
stop.
make
We can
camp.
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can climb trees. Jube's first tree climbing. That's excellent. I've never climbed a tree.
I've climbed
Dreadful
trees.
things.
Why would you
No,
ever
it's
want
fun.
to be up that high?
Why wouldn't you? You get to be way up high. You get to look around and see everything.
Oh, because I'm terrible at climbing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just got to work at it.
I have been.
Or grow claws.
Yeah, we'll make you some claws.
I have claws. They're just not meant for this sort of thing.
Grow better claws.
How do I do that?
Magic, probably. We can figure out something. Or we can get a ladder.
Ladder works.
It's not quite the same, though. Climbing trees is definitely different than a ladder.
Perhaps you should just find handholds and footholds on the tree. Should be fine.
Why should you climb? Anything that you have to climb isn't worth climbing.
All right, you can just jump. Jump up there.
Learn
Uh,
to
Can you reach that
Apparently-
branch up there?
steep spots.
fairly quickly as you guys are traveling, you guys do come across a small little like logging settlement.
Ooh, is
You
that them?
see a bit of a clearing. There's a couple of like small buildings have been set up, and you can see several like large piles of like logs and things and big wagons for hauling lumber.
Are there any lumberjacks here?
There are.
How
Are they
plaid are
okay?
they?
They are not in plaid.
Are they wearing women's clothing then?
Do they
No,
sleep all night and work all day?
What are you guys
Probably.
referencing? I don't get this.
several things.
A lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night and I work
Work
all
all
day.
day. Yep.
Cut down trees, I eat my lunch, I go to the lavatory.
What is this?
Cuts down trees, he eats his lunch, he goes to the lavatory.
I don't know it either.
I think it's a Monty Python bit, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, it's Monty Python.
I thought so.
On Wednesdays I go shopping and have buttered scones for tea.
That's my favorite part.
No, the best part's the last line. How did it go?
I can't remember the last line.
Something about I wish to be like my.
This isn't copyrighted.
I wish-
right? We can sing it.
I wish I was a girly just like my dear papa.
That's why you know it.
I know there's a line about wearing women's clothing too, like before.
Yeah.
Now it's familiar. Can we canonically sing that while we're traveling?
That's our travel song.
Sure.
Traveling.
But yeah, you guys can have a choice. You crossed over. It's still not super late, but it is also fairly dark at this point, just because you're in so much tree cover. It's kind of up to you guys if you want to call it early and rest in this town, or try and keep pushing through.
Seems like a decent enough place to stop if we're getting pretty close anyway. Maybe just as we're passing through, we ask if they know anything about the Headless Horseman and how far off it is. And if it's like within range, we'll try to get to that instead.
The Headless Horseman. Right. That's about. Say with your horses, it's probably another 4 to 6 hours.
Ooh. Yeah, perhaps we should just make camp here instead.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit more time, I imagine.
Alright, then we'll kind of like just take ourselves just out of the settlement walls, or to the edge if there's room in them, and we'll kind of set up here.
All right. Guys, settle in for the night. As you guys are sleeping, sheesh. You begin to have dreams, recollections, really. You aren't sure if maybe it's just nostalgia, getting the fact that you're heading closer to your home, or maybe it's the prospect of heading back to the Allards that's filling your head with thoughts of the past. But you have a dream about your old home. You can recall the rushing water that from the river that came down from the mountains. It was crystal clear and had this crisp, almost frozen smell to it.
It was like
Something-
McDonald's Sprite.
Sure, if
So crisp
that's
and refreshing.
if that's what you want it to be. But as you're thinking about it, what's the most important thing that Sheesh remembers about his home?
And this is like the this is like the home before the estate, right?
Yeah, I assume that Sheesh doesn't consider the Allards
Yeah.
home.
Yeah, definitely not. Probably just like making sure that everybody has enough. I mean, obviously he wasn't like a big fancy cook back when he was just living on the river, but he probably took a pretty active role in like the gathering and hunting for his family and friends while he was there still. So he's probably remembering most fondly just like swimming or going along the river, just like hunting smaller fish and stuff. I guess. I don't know if that's what you were looking for.
Yeah. As you remember hunting and fishing, you remember one of your first times going off and swimming down the river. The river here had a pretty strong current because it came up from the mountains, so it would pick up quite a bit of speed from several waterfalls that were a little ways off and crash down and then build up speed. I remember one point when you would get swept down or kind of flow down the river and into a steadier stream where the river kind of leveled out for a brief moment before kind of continuing on. And you'd get a lot of larger kind of like fish like salmon and things that would swim upstream and like enjoyed fighting the current. And were always big fatty fish that were always delicious to cook. I remember one time when you were swimming down and preparing to hunt that you came across a stranger, another Bublin, though he was unfamiliar to you. I just remember this an unexpected face that I've had to immediately feel a little bit of butterflies in your stomach.
And I also immediately felt the urge to fight him.
Yes, it was.
So that's how fish work.
All right, he's a better fish.
What did Sheesh do in this moment?
Probably like waved and held up a fish or like his basket full of gathered berries or whatever he had at the time. He's like, geez. Said, "Are you hungry?" or "Hey, how are you?" I don't want to actually roleplay this because I don't know what Sheesh's voice was like before.
Sure, we can.
Hey, man!
I'll just.
It was probably just bubbling, Murloc noises.
Yeah.
We're gonna sit here for 8
Oh.
minutes while you guys make Murloc noises at each other.
Hang on.
More.
Whoa!
Water. It's like you vomited.
But yeah, you see.
I sit down and offer him some food. Just hang out.
Aw.
Yo. Gru.
You look so cool.
He was very kind of strange, very different from you. He had this almost like if like a foo dog was a fish kind of a look. So
Hell
very
yeah.
kind of like a Basculegion kind of look to
Yes.
him. And he accepted your food very graciously, and you guys began talking, and you found that he was from a smaller village further downstream, though he didn't spend much of his time there anymore. He would often go to the larger cities nearby and spent a lot of his time there. And so he began telling you many stories of his exploits and adventures there. Yeah, you just have this kind of fond memory of your first meeting with Gru.
Oh, yes.
But yeah,
And when
Next
Sheesh
morning.
wakes up that morning, he's probably hugging his pillow and crying.
Aw.
next morning you guys go and wake up Shisha, you find him kind of huddled up.
Who's in your
Aw.
cart with you? I forget.
I think he's in the other cart, the food cart.
Yeah, he was in food cart, which was with Stein and
All right.
Nara, I believe.
I thought it was Kohaku.
The cock is in the
Oh yeah,
fancy
Kohaku
place.
was the
Oh, yeah.
fancy bed. Yeah.
Kohaku's in that one.
It's all the cats.
Chef.
We got the cat cart.
Yeah.
The cat cart, and then the goblin cart plus Kohaku.
Kohaku's an honorary goblin.
It's true.
What?
And then the girl can sleep outside.
No.
I assume she's in there with Stein.
I mean, Stein doesn't really sleep. He just kind of hangs out outside, keeping eye on the cavern. But then, like, he gets ready for breakfast, and he notices, like, Jesus crying or something. So he, like, gently puts a hand on his shoulder. And it's like, Chef, is everything all right?
Oh, I'm fine.
You have
Just a-
unpleasant dreams?
Just a little restless, yes. Do you ever get
Perhaps a
homesick?
little something sweet for breakfast? Me? All the time. Do you?
Yes. I hope everyone does. It'd be weird if it was just me, right?
I suppose. Do you live nearby?
We're getting somewhere close, I think. But yes, breakfast.
Would you like something sweet?
Sweet sounds good.
I've got a bar of chocolate I've hidden away. Just in case someone's having a somber day. He fishes around for like a bar of like cooking chocolate.
I want to make chocolate chip flapjacks in
Yeah.
cast iron over the campfire
Let's do that.
with eggs and such.
We have the Henrys. We have lots of eggs. I don't actually know how chickens work. They just make eggs every day.
I do.
Every single day. They lay.
They just lay one egg every day. That's
Clockwork.
the clockwork. We have four
They do in-
Henrys. That's
they do in
4
Stardew
eggs.
Valley.
They. Yeah, it's like it's about 1 egg a day. Sometimes 2.
Oh. The unfertilized egg is always like. It's like the menstruation of the chicken, right?
Sure.
So they just do that every day.
Yes.
Fascinating.
They were artificially selected for that power. That's not natural to the chicken that, or the creature that chickens evolved out of.
That makes sense. What was your favorite thing to eat back at your home, Cheese?
Wild salmon right out of the river.
Oh, do you think perhaps there's some salmon over here? I'm not sure if there's a river nearby.
No rivers nearby, for salmon at least.
We'll have to keep an eye out sometime.
Either way, it does sound kind of nice, and maybe Jupiter would like to go fishing too. It'd be new for both of us. I've never fished, and he's never fished in a river.
You've never fished.
Not with a rod and everything.
I've never fished either.
mean, I usually just jump in the river with a knife and
That's a sort of fishing.
chase the fucker down.
What do you call that method of? What do you call that method of
I
fishing?
usually talk to them and tell them I'm going to give them food, and
Right.
then I slit their throat in their sleep.
I love the picture of Sheesh jumping into a river and killing something bigger than him that he can talk to like it's sentient to eat it.
Well, see, Sheesh didn't have speak with animals back then.
Okay.
Aren't you like? Don't you have the ability to speak with all things that can swim?
Oh yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I thought that was
Yeah.
like a racial thing, not a class thing.
Yeah, there's I forgot that I did have like the speak with fish version of it.
That's always on for you.
The whole like, is it okay to eat meat argument gets a lot blurrier when you come over to D&D.
Hey, Nara can swim. He has a swim speed. Does that mean you can speak with Nara in Bublin?
I think it has to be an innate swim speed.
All right, innate swim speed makes sense.
It has to be fish-like.
Okay, fish-like. Nara has scales. Fish have scales.
Different kind of scales.
Close enough.
But yeah, the next morning you guys wake up. Currently the 4th of waning beer.
We have pancakes.
You guys have some pancakes. They're quite lovely.
Ooh,
Chocolate chip pancakes.
Yum.
that sounds so good.
Mm.
You have some like boiled fish wrapped in chocolate chip pancakes,
No.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Why'd you have to make it weird, Dre?
covered in ketchup.
Get worse.
Shortly, like halfway through breakfast, Jupiter is sitting there with the sketchbook. These are easy. I can do these. See, I can do these without magic. And he like holds it up, and he has drawn 3 shitty circles with little dots in them, and they look vaguely like chocolate chip pancakes.
Oh, you do some cookies.
No, well, no, it's the pancakes.
Beautiful lotus.
Oh,
it-
you should try put the syrup on them. Maybe the butter. Do we have butter?
Oh boy. Okay, butter's easy, and he just like draws a little square, and it's kind of
There you
shitty. I
The
don't know.
butter
but-
doesn't keep very
You
well.
can give it
lotus
some
petals
depth
are
if
round.
you make it look like a box instead of just a square.
Ooh. Okay, he spends 45 minutes trying to shade the butter, and then gives up and throws it in the fire. You know, that one felt kind of good to get rid of. This is not good.
Burning some of them's fine, but I don't think you should burn all of them.
I guess. I'm burning this one though, for sure.
That one's fine to burn. It wasn't that good.
Oh, thanks.
It was a good try.
You didn't like my butter?
Your butter cookie.
Yeah, well, now it looks kind of more like a house. If I was trying to draw a shitty house, I think I would have nailed it.
You could just tell people you were drawing a house.
Totally. That's the secret. Is you just draw something and you don't know what it is until you're done, and then you decide what it is.
That's how painting works a lot of the time. You just kind of make shapes, and then you're like, oh, that looks like this. We'll make it that.
Huh.
Hello, boys. What are you doing here? Oh, that's a nice island.
Thanks. It's the island of Buttermbwembwe.
Ocula.
Buttermbwembwe.
Butterambembwe.
Uh-huh.
Did I say that right?
You pretty close, yeah. They have cool things there. Like,
A single house?
yeah, like this one single house, right? Yeah.
Rather isolated. I can really feel the pain of the artist.
Yeah, thanks. I'm throwing the fire.
No!
Ooh, Brett.
Can I make Jupes pancakes with big ears like Mickey Mouse pancakes?
Aw.
Yeah. You rolled a 21. That's plenty for Mickey Mouse pancakes.
What shapes do you give everyone?
Yeah, like if oh, man, I guess if I have a big enough cooking surface and I can like put the batter into a piping bag or something, I'm definitely making everybody like shaped pancakes.
I could fit in this pan.
I don't know if you guys have piping bags.
We'll make it work.
We can make
We could
piping
just
bags.
take Just take a
Parchment,
water
yeah.
skin, and we can fill that full of pancake batter, and then you can like
Oh yeah.
use the end of the water
Yeah,
skin.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a funnel.
Your your
You're
water's
so
gonna taste
smart,
like pancakes
Alistair.
for a few days, but
I don't
sounds
mind
like
that.
Yeah, you probably have some kind of like a funnel or something that you could use.
I've got to have a funnel of some kind. How else am I gonna get acid where I want it to go?
Yeah,
The
I'll try to
evolution of biology is a wild and baffling thing.
I'll try to just make little faces.
Wait. Can Kohaku have eggs? I don't want him to get sick.
I think.
I don't think I can have eggs now.
Okay, we'll try to make a batch with no eggs.
It was just flour and water.
Yeah, just flour and water. Yeah, it's like a bread.
It'll be delicious.
Yeah, a
We,
flatbread with chocolate chips. It'll be fine.
Oh shit! It's not Yamaka. What's the fucking Bannock? I think.
What's that?
Yeah, it's kind of like a flatbread.
Okay.
I love all flatbreads. Yeast is a lie. It ruins bread. All bread should be dense and flat.
No.
Wild take.
Incorrect.
I think bread is great in all forms.
Bread is
I
great
agree.
in all forms, but there is nothing better than a dense flatbread.
But
So
like
Kohaku's
a bread bowl-
pancake has some like herbs sprinkled on it, like this.
Kohaku's pancake probably ends up looking just like that.
Yeah.
As I say, it probably it's like real dense, like that elf bread from Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
Lembas. Yeah.
Yeah. I have always wanted to try making that.
But yeah, they have an actual
Do it.
recipe for that.
Yeah.
It's not magic, but like close enough.
I just
Isn't that just rations?
no. So rations a lot of the time would be hardtack, which is
Yeah,
gross.
isn't that just lembas? Lembas is just hardtack.
Well, lembas bread is supposed to be like good and it's a little soft, and
Yeah.
hardtack is neither of those things.
I mean, in fairness, also one bite should feed you for the entire day. It must be full of fats or something.
Well, it's full of magic.
Oh, it's true. Elf magic.
It's good berries
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
before I nerf them.
Halflings can eat 3 of them and still be hungry.
But yeah,
Oh man, scones are dense. Sorry, thinking about thick bread now.
I literally went to
Thick bread.
Google and just searched. I image searched dense flatbread, and I'm like, I'm gonna take my pants off.
thinking about thick
Who are
something.
wearing pants.
So you guys head out, continuing on down the road for a few hours. Sheesh and Talon need to do animal handling or vehicles checks, see when you guys arrive. Damn it, Talon, every time.
She's getting training for it.
I can't
It's
wait
fine.
for them to leave you behind.
No! I'll
Oh,
never leave him behind.
You guys get there a little late because some of the horses start giving her trouble again. But eventually, you guys do arrive. Chish and Kawaku recognize a small building up ahead as the Headless Horseman sign hanging. The little like wooden sign that's like a silhouette of a horseman with a headless rider. Outside, there's a small chicken coop, and you can see a bunch of chickens running around, kind of squawking. And you also notice that the doors are kind of like wide open.
Is that normal?
No.
Uh-oh.
Other folks.
Yeah, as we're approaching, I'll do a quick sense for undead.
Do ping. You sense no one dead.
That's good, I think. Yeah, then seeing
What's
the
the
door.
fellow's name?
seeing the door wide open, I'll like get up and start kind of hurrying over.
I think it was Julong?
No, Zhulong was the traveling merchant.
No, Julong is
Yeah, it's
right.
Julong. Yeah.
Nijo is the tracking.
Oh, right. Yeah, Zhulong, the orc fellow. I remembered that he was an
Yeah.
orc. I couldn't remember his name.
It's a bugbear, technically, but
Oh, okay.
orcish.
Yeah.
Orc adjacent.
Yeah.
He's
We'll
a
start-
half orc bugbear.
And for the record,
I'll
as a
stop.
reminder, the reason we're looking for him is because they lost contact with them. So, maybe this isn't a great sign.
Oh,
Ooh, he might be dead. Everyone, get your weapons out. And he just makes fists.
yeah. Remembering that we know we might be going into some trouble with this, as I hustle up, I'll put pass without trace on everybody.
Okay. Everybody who wants to kind of follow Sheesh can give me a stealth check
With a +10.
with a +10.
Sure thing. 21.
I really need to stop stepping away. I'm gonna get my steps in running up and down the stairs. Okay, back. I'll be back.
Back. Goodbye again.
He needs to bring his tea kettle up to his room. Oh my. Very nice.
I think lowest was a 21.
That's me.
So not bad. You guys are able to approach very carefully. And yeah, peek around the door and looking in through the open doors, you can see the tavern area is just a mess. There's tables have been flipped over, scattered, and smashed. Several of the little like decorative things have been smashed. Things have been pulled off the walls, curtains and things. Several plates. There's glass scattered about. A bunch of footprints, and most notably, you see 3 bodies on the floor.
Oh shit.
Blood staining the floor.
Should we check for a pulse?
What do you see?
Should we drag ourselves on?
Yeah, you can drag yourselves wherever you want.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
I think the dead bodies are a pretty good sign.
They're not dead though, right?
Wouldn't it be a pretty bad sign?
I didn't sense any coming up. And do I get the feeling that these people have been dead for a while? Like
You can
I
give me a survival or medicine check to see if you can determine time of death.
try that.
You can't get an exact time, but you can tell that they've been dead for quite a while.
Can
Okay,
I?
so they are like dead. I can't like
yeah.
like spare the dying.
Fully dead. Like the blood is fully dry and starting to like flake off and stuff.
Gotcha.
Imagine been several days at least, like bare minimum.
Are any of them Julon?
You do not recognize any of the bodies.
Am I able to see? Are there like scratch marks, signs of a fight, scorch marks? Any idea what happened to these people?
You can give me a survival check as well. Food is very rotten. Several of the plates you can see is just like moldy and disgusting.
Are these bodies maggoty?
Upon some closer inspection, you can see a couple of maggots are starting to wriggle around in some places.
Oh boy, it's not good.
Okay, they've been gone a while.
Jupe, you can see that there was definitely some kind of a fight. Based on the wounds that they've sustained, you imagine they are from weapons. Blades, probably an axe. you do find that there was an axe buried here. Several of them appear to have taken. One of them looks like he was smashed across the face with something like heavy. You can see like a big impact. You imagine, based on the state of the room, possibly one of the chairs was picked up and he was like bludgeoned to death with it.
Right.
A couple of them have big slash marks from some kind of axe or something. It looks like there was just like a big, really brutal brawl in this place. But importantly, some of the damage does not appear to have been from that fight. It almost looks like the place was then like the fight broke out and then the place was like ransacked or like searched.
We're not the first people to stumble across this, which I guess is unsurprising if it's a way station.
Could we check them for identification or something?
Sure, you could give me an investigation check.
I'll tell you now, it's probably gonna be bad.
It's fine. It's probably not that hard.
Let's see. Investigation. Not intimidation, investigate. Oh, it's a natural 20 for 19.
I was
We've been
gonna
rolling
offer
a
to
lot of
help,
natural
but
20s today.
Searching through, you don't find any like investigation. Nobody carries like ID with them, really.
Yeah.
But they don't appear to have any sort of like clan markings on them or any sort of like, like no family crest or anything on them. You think, based on their dress, possibly like bandits?
Oh. I can't remember. We didn't keep the flag that we were given, right? Or did we keep it with us?
Presumably turned it over.
Right.
It was basically just for crossing into the territory so that they didn't shoot you on sight, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do this in order. We'll do Jupe and then Alistair.
okay, cool.
Jupe, you see a small little like kitchen area. It reeks in here. You can see that there's a bunch of rotten food that is like laid out and was like in the process of being prepared.
Ugh.
Flies have like infested it. It's real gross. There's a ladder that seems to go up, and then you see like a little fireplace that's completely burnt out. There's just like a little bit of ash kind of still in there. Sheesh, you would know that this is the kitchen where you worked. Yeah, that's kind of what you see immediately there. Alistair, you head on up.
Yeah.
You head on up to the second floor.
Hot damn.
It's a 34 for my being nosy check.
Ooh, nice.
We're
You
rolling amazing.
start kind of like poking around on the second floor. Poke your head into a couple of the rooms, and it seems like these are where the inn rooms are, essentially.
Okay.
For the sake of some convenience, I'll just reveal the whole thing for you.
He echolocates the entire thing.
See, there's a bath, there's a washroom, the sink. There's a toilet in there as well. I didn't put it in there because I couldn't find a toilet icon. But there is one there, and then there's a couple of beds with some like locked chests and things.
Oh, they're still locked?
Seem to be.
Wild. There's a bunch of chests up
They're
here that
actually-
are locked.
No, they wouldn't be. They would be open.
Oh, never mind. I was lied to.
They are empty though. They appear to just be like for whoever was staying here could store their goods
Store their
and stuff.
stuff in there. Yeah.
You probably do find like one of them does have like a shirt or something that was like left behind.
Is it a good shirt?
It's okay. It's just like a basic peasant's shirt.
The tub.
Oh yeah, we didn't have to buy one. We could have just stole this one.
This one would be very hard to move. It's quite large.
We've got a lot of people. We could do it.
It's like twice as big as the one that you guys have.
Fit twice as many people in it.
Be harder to fit in the carriages though.
The water in there is very cold.
Oh, how
Probably.
do you
stagnant
drain the
with
water out of it? I
cruise.
suppose. Do you just throw it out the window?
No, it's got a little drain that goes out.
Okay, this one actually has a drain in the tap. It seems. Stein eventually heads up there just to make sure Alistair isn't alone, in case something pops up and bothers him.
Good call.
You find anything
Yeah.
neat?
Yeah, that's kind of what you guys see immediately.
All right. As long as there's somebody nearby, and it seems like she's in there with me, Jupe is gonna poke his head up this ladder.
All right, head up the ladder. And that. Oh, oops, nope. Come on. That reveals a small bedroom that's clearly been kind of ransacked. Bed's been toppled over, chest has been smashed open, clothes have been strewn about.
Does it look like there was an altercation here as well? Or
It
did somebody just
doesn't.
kind of smash and grab?
It looks like smash and grab here. There's no signs of like blood or anything that would indicate that there was a fight up here. It seems like most of the fighting happened down in the main tavern area, and then people scattered about and started like grabbing whatever they needed.
Interesting. All right. Am I able to tell? Are there like recent footprints? Anything that would show like who did the smashing and grabbing? And alternatively, or at the same time, I guess, can I look at the bed and see if there is like bugbear fur on it? Do I think this was his room?
Give me a survival check.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Jesus. 3 in a row. Let's go.
We're doing a lot.
Get
of
him out
this.
now. Make combat real hard. There's definitely some bugbear fur that you find, and she can also just like confirm for you that this was
right,
his
he
room.
worked here. Right.
He worked here, yeah. What you do notice with this is that there are definitely some footprints that come up here. Most of the footprints are kind of like focused on here. It's like they came in, possibly maybe it was like raining or something, and their feet were muddy. But you can see like there's a bunch of muddy footprints here that have like dried in place. So you can see where they've been like they're scattering about, and then that gets a little bit harder to see as they've kind of like spread away from this area. But you do see that there are some footprints that come up here. It's hard to tell specifically who it was, but you can tell that whoever came up here was not one of the 3 bodies that are in the central tavern.
Right, it was an outsider.
It was either an outsider or potentially there were more than 3 of them.
That makes sense. Okay.
In fact, based on the current situation and where these footprints are, and because you got a natural 20, you think that there were probably at least a half dozen people that came inn, attacked the survivors after the altercation, spread out. Most of them came up here, smashed, looted whatever was here, and then left.
Okay.
And just kind of like left the bodies here because for whatever reason.
Sure. They're shitty bandits. They're not like taking their own dudes out to go bury them.
Right. Either just didn't care, or maybe they just didn't have the hands or manpower to take them.
Alright. I'll head back down and I'll, Ashish. So, place has been just looted to hell and back. Is there anything valuable you kept up there?
I don't know. Was there?
He would have had like money from running the tavern.
He must have kept the till up there somewhere.
Sure.
Are there any knives left in the kitchen?
Yes, several.
I'm gonna take them.
All right.
How many knives do I get?
Roll a d6. Get one knife.
Perfect.
The rest are just like too dull to be worth taking.
I could sharpen it.
They're like chipped. They're probably potentially used in the fight.
Whoa. These are murder weapons.
Is the one knife that I find my favorite one that I used when I worked here?
Yes. Let's say yes.
Okay, cool.
How about,
Did this place have a cellar?
Does this place have what?
A cellar or anything?
Not that you're aware of.
when I get back up top, it's weird. They didn't loot all the other rooms, or at least they didn't smash it up. Whatever. It's like they were looking for something, right? It's weird that they would go into just his room and smash it to bits.
Oh, when Jupiter comes up, Stein is like carrying stacks of pillows.
What are these for?
I don't know if he's not going to use it. I figured we could take it and put it in the caravan.
Sure, we can always use more pillows, I guess.
We will have to delouse them, though.
Certainly.
Do you have magic for that?
No.
It's called fire.
Right.
Fire
It's
pillows.
called scorching ray.
Yeah.
Burn the pillow.
there is magic that can just, make all life kind of bamf away from you.
Now, I know the place has already been picked over and everything, but I feel a little bad about robbing everything else from the man's place. I mean, we don't even know if he's still alive somewhere. Also, this is an inn. You don't know who the hell is slept on those pillows.
I figured we could boil them and clean them up.
I don't think it's worth it. I think we should just get ourselves some new pillows.
Right.
I mean, I've seen the
Think
kind
I'll
of people
put them
that
back.
sleep on. This is a traveler's inn in the middle of the woods, Stein. I've seen the kind of people that come through here. I wouldn't lay my head there.
I'm gonna trust Sheesh on this
That's
one.
fair. Well, that water is frigid.
In
I
your
don't think
wig
it's been
crawls
changed.
out of one of the pillows.
Oh.
What?
Oh, it's just new.
Don't let it get in your ear.
Yeah, there's no clothier here. There's no tailor. Like this place, this has probably been here for years.
I
Stein, heat up
imagine
a few
they
kettles.
clean.
That
All right.
pillow is probably stuffed with hay.
I'll go find a kettle for you. He just goes downstairs and immediately goes to heat up kettle.
Oh, this
Two.
is great.
That's
What
a big
fantastic
bath.
find.
It's a
Well-
good thing you don't need to wear armor, so you can just strip down and get in. If we're ambushed, you're still battle ready.
Samurai should always be battle ready.
I mean, I do want to I imagine we're already looked over the whole place, but I want to make sure that Zhulong isn't either hiding or bleeding out or dead somewhere. Let's check under all the beds and stuff. and then I'm gonna go check on the chickens.
Yeah. Maybe the Henrys will have friends.
Yeah, I'll cast speak with animals and go. I'll go
Seconds.
interview these chickens. See if they saw it went down.
That's good call. Good idea.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Are any of them old enough to remember me?
How long was the last time you were here?
I think. Can't remember where the campaign started. It was like less than a year or so, right? Something like that. Because I was working. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it hasn't been too long since you left. Like, 4 to 6 months. Yeah, so you go and so you're casting Speak with Animals to talk to some of the chickens?
Yeah.
God.
Sorry that I keep making you do this.
No, I'm very happy because this was one of the ways that I wanted to give you guys information because I really wasn't sure how to do stuff. So I was like, oh, chicken coop, that'll work.
Yes.
So yeah, you played right into my hands this time. I found the pattern and I'm going to exploit it.
I knew you'd want to talk to the chicken.
I knew you'd want to talk to him. There is a rooster that you know. You honestly pretty much all the chickens except for some of the ones who were turned into lunch. But there's a very pristine rooster that you come up to, and what do you say to him?
I say, old foghorn, how have you been?
You can make me do a foghorn voice.
Yeah, you really get to set the precedent here.
You played right into my hand this
With
time.
5 words, you've made his life a living hell.
Okay,
I say.
Give me 3.
Boy, I said boy.
Boy, I said boy.
Here, give me 20 minutes to listen to some foghorn like
Boy, I say
videos
sheep. Thank you for this gift.
But I say, good to see you, boy. How you doing? It's been a while.
Oh, that was great. This is good.
Talk to it, sheesh.
I'm doing just fine. I'd say much better than the people in there. Do you have any idea what went on here? Have you seen Zhulong anywhere?
Well, I saw him just a while back, a few suns and moons.
Let's say,
I say he was in pretty dire straits. He was all tied up.
Tied up? By whom?
Oh, by a bunch of ruffians. I would have given them a 1-2 had I not been locked up in this cage.
Well, did you happen to see which way they took him?
Well, I say I didn't. Unfortunately, I saw him went behind that big old building there and lost sight of him.
Well, that's a great start. Thank you. Would you like to help us track him down?
Well, I wouldn't mind if that'll get us some food again.
Well, certainly. I could...
Had to resort to eating the young.
Oh,
We got.
how terrible.
Okay.
But yes, I'd imagine getting you onto that coop would be good for everybody. I'm not just... Yeah, I do want to bring Foghorn along to help us track him down, and not just to make you continue doing that voice.
Oh boy, I can't remember. I'm so excited to keep doing this voice.
What a treat. What a lovely time we're all going to have.
A real goddamn gift. I had a whole voice planned, and I had to change it up completely.
Oh no!
can give
I'm
that to
sorry.
a different chicken rooster.
Yeah, there could have been multiple chickens.
Next animal you guys talk to is going to have a different voice.
Unless I name it something.
I'm proud of you for sticking with it because I definitely would have deflected and been like, "Well, you should ask this other chicken. They know more than I do," and then used your regular voice.
I thought about it.
You're really committing to this voice, and it's nice too. I like this Foghorn voice.
Professionalism shines through.
The only time I maintain voices is for stupid animals.
Hey, while you have that spell up, do you want to talk to my pet mouse, Gilbert Gottfried?
Where'd
There's
you
no
get a
way I can do a
mouse?
Gilbert Gottfried.
My nipples puckered.
Hey there, Jupiter! Have you got some cheese?
What you find? What is the chicken saying?
Well, Foghorn here says that he saw Zhulong just a couple of days ago. He's being tied up and taken off by, I assume, whoever attacked this place. He's not sure where they went, but he saw they at least went behind the building. So I imagine they went off the roads down that way.
Yeah. Can I try to look for any... I mean, it's a well-traveled road. Do I see signs of the same boots that kind of like went through the smash and grab? Any idea which way they went, other than just like north?
Unfortunately, it's been a little bit too long, and the road's just been kind of like wiped a little bit clean. The only reason that you can really see the footprints inside is just because it's like protected from the elements.
Sure.
And here it's just been the wind and rain and stuff has covered up a lot of it.
Alright, at the very least, I will make sure to kind of like sketch down as best as I can the shape of the boots, and I'll get like a tracing for the size or whatever. In case we come across them later, although it sounds like we have an eyewitness now, as long as we keep this chicken alive.
Is it a rooster or chicken?
Rooster.
Foghorn is a rooster. And then there are 6 other chickens that I'm proposing we adopt and add to our flock, and I'll name them as well.
They'll become more Henrys.
Yeah. And Foghorn can protect. It'll be nice to have a rooster to protect our chickens.
It'll also make the eggs fertilized.
And wake us up every morning. Well, no, we don't let the rooster stay in there.
Okay. We're going
The rooster's gonna like hang out with me and Soba and Cool Spot.
Okay, we're gonna blue ball the rooster, I see.
Isn't that what you do with roosters?
I don't know how to raise animals.
On chicken farms when you want eggs?
Give
I
them a
guess
little,
you could just
dirty
like not even
plastic
keep
egg.
a rooster. I don't know. I'm a city boy.
They lay eggs unfertilized. You don't need to have
Right.
a rooster around.
Well,
But I know that like some people still keep roosters even if they just want eggs to like protect their chickens, right?
so
Don't know
that's
if roosters protect
I-
chickens.
so the chickens will lay more eggs if a rooster is around, but you don't want the rooster mating with the chickens.
Right.
Right.
But sometimes you don't care if you're like a farmstead or something, but usually you do care, and so the rooster lives in its own little separate cage next to the hens.
Right. What if you give the rooster a vasectomy? Will that help?
Oh, no.
I believe that process would be a little too delicate to perform, and also not as easy to do as just keeping them separate.
It's easier
I
just to
don't-
blue ball the rooster.
I don't want to castrate Foghorn Leghorn. He's my friend.
So,
He's my friend. I don't want to castrate my friends.
Hang on a second. You know that vasectomy is not castration.
I know. I just
Okay.
Anyways,
it's a more dramatic word to use in the moment.
Foghorn will. Foghorn doesn't say anything else ever again.
No,
Betty.
Foghorn. I'd like you to meet my friends Cool Spot and Soba and Petty Saw. Everybody, introduce yourself.
Well, I say that snake there is mighty scary. I don't think I'm ever going to speak again.
Oh no, he's chill. He's very chill.
It's too late.
Hey, chicken looks pretty good.
So
Soba, you can't eat him.
While you're watching,
Where is that kettle?
Cool Spot, how do you feel about our friend Foghorn Leghorn?
It's heating up.
Oh, Cool Spot got into the wicker baskets again.
Damn it, Cool Spot! When will you learn? Who keeps buying baskets?
One of the other chickens.
Some consequences.
At some point, one of the other chickens will mention that. No. When I say Shishka, do you ever remember hearing that awful racket coming from the inn?
Do I?
Not really.
Doesn't really seem familiar.
It's an awful grinding sound. We haven't heard it since so too long went missing.
Grinding?
Grinding sound.
You mean like a whetstone, perhaps?
I don't know what that is.
I'll kind of demonstrate. I imagine with my knives, I have like a honing rod, so I'll just like kind of do that real quick.
No, not quite.
Well, no, I never remember hearing anything like that. Do you know like which part of the inn it came from? Was it like was it higher up or?
Honestly, I couldn't tell. I'm just a stupid chicken.
Well, you're very well spoken.
Thank you.
Very curious. Yeah, I'll mention that to the party. I'll be like, Henry here asked if I ever remembered hearing some sort of grinding from inside the inn, which I don't.
Sir Huffington von Henry.
Oh, it's a sir.
Grinding.
Yes. Said they haven't heard it since Julong left. It was taken away, rather.
What would make a grinding noise?
I don't know. I think there might be something in there we've missed, though. I'll like look in all the fireplaces and chimneys and stuff.
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
What secrets were you hiding, you old man? Ah!
You start to like poke your head into one of the chimneys and like you disturb some of the ash and it like poofs up into your face and you sneeze and it just like sends ash everywhere and you just completely coats your glasses. You can't see.
See, I was gonna more imagine like I start poking around in the fireplace like, well, this place there's nothing but ash in here. Oh fuck, my head is stuck.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys find
She's just like kind of suspended above the fireplace. You see his little legs kicking above kicking ash everywhere.
What? Oh, okay.
Help.
Oh, be careful. I was just using that to heat the candle.
What are you doing, Step Sheesh?
Step sheesh.
Help me, Jupiter. I'm
All right.
stuck.
Okay. Here. Oh. All right. I'm gonna pull on 3. Get ready.
There's some butter in my back pocket. You can rub it on my temple.
I can't because I can't reach. Your head's shaped sideways.
All right, give me an athletics check. And Chish, you can give me an acrobatics check. He managed to pull Sheesh free, fortunately not tearing any of his fins.
Find anything cool?
I just cough up a bunch of soot.
It's just covered in soot and ash.
Alright, well, there's another hearth back here for some reason, and it seems like...
Maybe you check that one.
Yeah. I check, especially looking like down towards the stone tiles. I guess they could grind to see if any of them move or push or anything like that.
Sure, give me an investigation check. So, only because you specified, you do find that the kind of base, like there's essentially kind of like a little metal grate thing that you would set the logs into to light the fire so that they don't go like rolling out. When you kind of remove that and brush some of the ash and soot away, you do see that there's like a stone platform where the ash collects and all that, and it's got kind of like a rim that almost, and like you kind of touch it and it wiggles just slightly, but you can't quite pry it up, and you aren't sure how. You think that it moves, it's just you aren't sure how.
Alright, I'm gonna pull out the thieves' tools and then I'm gonna start like fishing little hooks and shanks around the edge of that thing, see if I can find like a latch or a lever or a mechanism or anything like that.
Sure, give me a thieves' tools check. Yeah, you're able to kind of like pry it up very slightly and grab one of the dull knives and kind of wedge it underneath. You're able to pry it up just enough that you could, theoretically, somebody could get their fingers underneath and potentially lift it up. It's pretty heavy though. It's like a stone slab.
Someone get Nara to help.
Yeah, hey, can I get some help? I need an extra set of hands here.
I'm a coming.
Alistair's enjoying the trees. You do find a couple apples up there.
Ooh, okay.
What kind of apples?
Just crab apples.
Crab apples?
I don't think you can eat those.
What are crab apples? Are they dangerous?
All crabs are dangerous. Beware.
Only
Nara,
crabs.
give me an athletics check.
Wasted 20 in tree climbing.
It's the second wasted nat 20 today. It's fine. That's what I get for rolling without asking. Or being prompted.
Just need athletics check from Nara.
On it.
You manage to get your fingers under there, and you start to lift it, and you get a decent ways up, and then suddenly it, like, your foot kind of like catches on some of the scattered ash, and slips, fall, and you slam your fingers into the stone.
Ow.
Oh my goodness, you okay?
Ow, 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 ow. Shakes his hand.
Start singing.
Gonna have a pretty nasty bruise along his fingers.
No, that's his bow hand.
Hey, Allie, do you have a crowbar?
I pinched my fingies, so I didn't want to use it again.
Yeah, I've got one. What are you doing?
We found a secret.
Ooh, okay. It's
Here,
better
let
than
me-
crab apples.
You'll need a crowbar. I have one too.
Yeah, we've
Right,
already got it. I've got it disabled. We just need somebody. We need leverage. We need a crowbar.
You got down from that tree fast.
Good at climbing.
To back
Told
to
you.
speed.
And I
There's
heard a
some,
secret,
like-
so I ran over here at the backseat speed. Yeah.
Alistair crams a crowbar under, and you're able to pry it up, and slowly you guys can like wedge other shit under it to slowly like lift it up safely, and it reveals a ladder that goes down into what appears to be like a secret basement.
Well,
Ooh.
whatever
This
Gillian
was under
hiding.
me the whole time.
Yeah. My guess is that
What-
whatever Julong was
If-
hiding, it was probably hidden down here.
What do you think all that racket is down there, Kohaku?
It doesn't sound like the din of combat, so probably nothing to worry. They're probably stealing a tub or something.
I'm just gonna hold his clothes for a bit, and just wait. Books. Don't need me down there.
Descending down, you find a small stone basement where there are several shelves, and although this depicts them all filled with books, they are not all filled with books. There are a lot of books and scrolls and other pieces of paper on there, but there are also jars filled with some kind of preserving fluid, and there are like organs and limbs and things like that kind of
Oh.
being stored in there.
Julong's head.
And you see a couple of books on the desk.
What are the books about?
Many of them seem to be about demons and spirits.
Hey, sheesh, this Longfellow, was he good dude? And he like holds up the demonology book.
He always seemed pretty nice. Treated me well.
Are there any like handwritten notes or anything?
There are. You find several letters, just kind of in one of the drawers. You find several letters and correspondence. Specifically, a couple that you recognize are to Feng, and a couple of are to Abby and Dr. Beppis.
Alright. So maybe they were hunters, not summoners, but what do the notes say?
Many of them seem to be correspondence, essentially explaining, like, hey, there's a demon on the loose here. So and so has taken care of them, requesting funds, sending back proof, that sort of thing.
Alright, so that confirms that. I guess I'll like look through the drawers and stuff for anything that might be valuable or magical. What was he hiding down here?
An organ collection, it seems.
Yeah, what are those for?
I don't know.
Wait, which kind of organ? I can't see.
Based on the correspondence, you imagine those are proof of jobs completed.
Oh, these are demon organs.
I want to assume that it's the bodily kind, but a demon musical organ sounds interesting too.
No, yeah, fleshy bits, preserved.
Oh. Don't tell Kohaku. He'll think we're gonna die. I don't know.
I mean, he was hunting them.
That's better than summoning, for sure.
Alright, I keep rifling through drawers and stuff.
All right, so the loot that you find in here. You guys find 500 gold pieces.
Excellent.
You find a book of demons, in the way that I'm handling some books in this campaign. Is essentially you guys can use this book to ask a question about a demon, and I will give you a truthful answer
Nice.
about demons. And by truthful, I'm talking like truthful within the realms of this would be written in a book.
Sure.
So you're not going to get like some secrets on something that was hidden by a god or something like
What
that.
is this demon's true name?
Right, you're not going to get anything like that. But if you wanted like, hey, what is this specific demon's, like, what's a weakness that they have or something like that, or lore about them, you might be able to get stuff like that.
Gotcha.
You'll also find a greater book of spirits, which is worth 2 questions about spirits. And most importantly, you find 24 paper birds.
Ooh,
That's a good amount.
that is solid. Okay. Well, I don't know about you, but maybe one of the first things we should do is pop one of these paper birds to Julong and see what's up.
Sounds good. Should probably be ready to chase after it.
Yeah, we
Right?
should make sure we don't want anything else from here before we do that.
Do you think any of these organs are worth taking?
I wouldn't know. Maybe.
Does he have any like any tools for hunting demons and stuff still down here?
It doesn't look like it. You could actually give me one more investigation check. Let's see. Poke around in here.
I've got a -1, so someone else can do it.
What was needed?
Investigation.
Oh, I can do that. That's my thing. I can do it. God damn it! Where's that 20 when I need it?
You were climbing a tree.
No, the 20 before that got me nothing because upstairs was looted.
Yeah, fortunately. You don't find anything else in here. Everything that is down here seems to be fairly like accessible. Like it felt like the secret door was enough security to get down here.
Yeah, that's fair. You don't hide things inside a bank vault. Inside a bank vault, like a nether vault. I guess you could.
Some people would. But yeah, that's what you guys find here. What else do you guys do anything else?
I think we've pretty thoroughly ransacked the place. I think we should get up top, get in the carts, and send this bird off, see which way it goes. Presumably north, but we'll find out.
All right, you guys pack up and get ready. What do you write anything, or just send a blank thing to Julong to try and track it?
Maybe a quick little message like, Julong, we came looking for you, but didn't find you at the Horseman. Let us know where you are. We'll keep looking for you. Something that doesn't explicitly say, hey, we know you got robbed, but something just like, we're looking for you.
Right.
Let me tie a bit of string to it.
Sure. What for?
It'll be easier to see,
That's fair.
like a ribbon or something.
It might weigh it down.
Yeah,
It's ribbon.
like an opposing army that doesn't know anything about that might think that might be, an enemy sending a message, so they might shoot it down if they could see it.
True.
Well, if they see a paper bird, they will shoot it down.
Also, importantly, it has a 1 strength, so.
1 strength is enough to carry 3 pounds.
You're not wrong.
Technically 15 if you're a player, 15 pounds, but those rules are
but this
for
is
players.
tiny. But this is tiny, so I remove it. So I made it 3 pounds. It seems about fair.
Well, it would be about 3 pounds. It would be 3.25 pounds.
This is a length of ribbon. Come on. If a bird can't fly with a ribbon attached to it, birds are just shitty.
Well, it's not a real bird. It's
a paper magic bird. Yeah.
It's a paper plane. But yeah, you're able to strap a little bit of ribbon to it just so it's like a bit more visible.
Excellent. Then we'll hop on the carts and get ready to go and let it loose.
All right.
I'm going to chase it.
Type up your
If I go
message.
ahead?
Or write up your message and say Chulong's name. And it can toss it into the air, and you watch it as it suddenly folds itself almost into like a little origami crane and begins to fly with a surprising amount of speed. I need Sheesh, Talon, and Jupe to give me animal handling or land vehicles.
Can I just run after it since my speed is 60? And just sort of keep up with it.
I mean, you can try. You're gonna leave your party behind, though.
Yeah. I'll slow down if it seems like there's any danger.
Talon.
Listen, Cool Spot don't give a shit. Or doesn't give a fuck.
I need to be better about this. Kohaku, you get inspiration for wanting to bury the crabs.
Thank you.
Alistair, you get inspiration for trying to fuck with their hand claws.
Okay.
Sheesh, you get inspiration for the chickens.
If I already had inspiration, can I give it to Talon for this?
Sure.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool. So you guys start to take off. Cool Spot goes off in the wrong direction. You guys start to make progress. Unfortunately, for everybody on the carts, you lose this thing pretty quickly because you guys are trying to essentially travel through trees and forests.
Right. Like, unless this bird is going along the road, we're going to lose it immediately.
Right. And unfortunately, it certainly doesn't. But Jupe, you can give me a navigator's check to see if you can try and get a rough direction for it.
Yeah.
And Stein, you can give me a perception check to see if you can follow it on foot and run it through the trees.
Do you have advantage because of the ribbon?
No.
Okay. DC's lower because of ribbon?
I'll say it's sure.
Oh, I do not actually have advantage on that. It's not fishing related.
That's true. 16 still isn't terrible. This thing is, you guys are essentially doing the Ender Pearl thing.
Yeah.
And you're able to get a good sense of the direction. It's essentially kind of a slightly, it's almost directly east of you. Or, sorry, almost directly west of you.
Alright. Well, it puts us a little bit out of the way, and it's hard to tell how far it's happening. A couple options. We can either just try to follow it west for, I don't know, a day, see if we find anything. Or we can travel north a little bit, fire another one, and then I can try to triangulate based on that. That would cost us another paper bird and, I don't know, like another hour of travel before we did it. But it would give us better results for sure. Frankly, this happened long enough ago that I don't think spending an hour is going to make a huge difference.
Yes, I'm afraid to say he's probably been taken off further away than we can really track very effectively with this method.
Seems like it. It's
At least until we get out of these trees.
right, dense woods and everything.
I'm
Let
still
me-
on his trail, friends, he says to nobody. Because he's still following it.
How long do you think? I mean, he's gone. He's in the woods now. He might never find his way back. I guess we should stay put so that he can try to get back to us.
Can we not send him a bird with a bird attached to it?
We could send him a bird with a bird attached to it that he could follow back if he doesn't get back on its own or on his own.
He's gonna claw the tree every now and then to leave a mark. Just for himself.
Give me a survival check.
You'll anger the Kodama doing that, Sean.
I'm not good at these. Let's go. Lost in the woods. 12.
Cool.
Real good that we sent him off. Well, real good that he ran off alone into the woods chasing a bird.
You managed to track this thing for a good 30 minutes. But eventually the tree cover gets too dense and you lose sight of it. It just is gone. And
Trees,
just
my weakness.
yeah, you just can't you can't see above the trees, and it's just out of sight at that point.
Get caught in the brambles.
As you're there, you begin to hear that clomping, the rustling of trees, snapping of twigs, and you can feel that same presence as
Oh shit.
wolves begin to surround you.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
I can't talk to these.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. They
Can they
singled him
hide?
out last time for some reason.
Sure did.
We're about to find out why.
Can they hide in the bush?
You can give me a stealth check.
18. It's okay. Covered in mud at this point. It's a run. It did rain, so I don't think there's any mud.
Okay, so real quick, I'd imagine it's been more of an hour since I passed or cast pass without trace anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but just a bit of clarification for me ahead of time. Do they have to stay within 30 feet of me that
Yes.
whole
Yeah.
time? Okay.
I have another clarification. Does it apply to if I was trying to protect my scent from a wolf's nose? Would it apply to that check as well?
I believe pass.
It does remove your traces, no?
It removes footprints. I don't know if it
It
does
says
other
leaves
things.
behind no tracks or other traces of its passage.
Other traces, I think, would cover that.
Yeah, I would say other traces would include your scent to some degree.
I dig it. Doesn't help now, but for a future.
Sure doesn't.
Doesn't Stein have that?
Unfortunately, I am the one rolling, so.
The Homer Simpsons into the bush.
So you did. I will say, the only reason that I rolled is because you tied their passive perception.
Oh.
So you do see that these wolves kind of like scamper out of the woods and kind of swarm. And you lay low, kind of scoot yourself under a bush and like tuck yourself under a bit of like an kind of like an uprooted tree. It's very like all the hobbits hiding from the ring wraith.
Except they're cute wolves.
Sit there and you see a bunch of these very angry wolves scurry out of the forest and start looking for you, sniffing the ground. Kind of hold your breath, and one leaps off, kind of like sailing just over you. You see it land, and it takes off. They all scatter, kind of barking and snarling at each other.
Hold my breath for a bit. Exhale slowly after a few minutes. And once I'm sure I don't hear anyone, I wriggle out and I find my marks on the trees.
All right, I need you to give me a survival check.
Oh boy.
It's a pretty high DC.
It is. Even with the marks in the trees.
Well, the 12 was to see how good your marks are.
Oh, they're probably not very good.
Which isn't very good, right? Which is why the DC is kind of high.
Here we go. 19.
Okay.
Very lucky.
It takes quite a while. It takes you about an hour on the way back, but you do very slowly and carefully creep back out of the woods. And in that time, what are the rest of you guys doing?
I think we're just kind of sitting tight on the road in the carts without moving, so that he gets back to us. Yeah.
I imagine we pull off the road a little bit just to be safe. But,
Sure.
I'll cast Speak with Animals and just kind of. I won't make you like do any more conversations, but if I see any birds or whatever passing by, just be like, "Hey, have you seen a little kobold run through here? Would you tell him to come back if you do?"
Oh, what's a kobold?
It's like a big lizard that walks on two legs.
Oh. Oh. Well, yes, I believe I've seen one of those. Haven't seen them for a few days now. Maybe weeks. It's been quite a while.
Okay, this one you saw, did it have a big visor on its forehead? And I'll kind of like mimic what that looks like, I guess.
I think so. Something like that.
And wrappings on his fists.
No wrappings. Just claws. It was really scary, honestly.
Was it wearing a shirt?
Yes.
Oh, that's not our kobold then.
I think I know what a shirt is. I'm a bird.
I'll like tug on the collar of mine and be like, is it bare-chested? I'd imagine I could pantomime.
Stein wears a shirt.
Shit, he does?
Yeah. The other one isn't very dressed.
Yeah, when he's Stein, he dresses proper. He's Stain, he dresses like a Neanderthal.
Just takes his shirt off. Does Stein have the visor? I forget.
Stain has the visor.
Okay,
Stings about her. Stein has a headband.
gotcha. Well, thank you for your assistance. If you do see him or any other kobolds run through here, could you let us know and let him know that we're looking for him?
Oh, well, sure. Be happy to help.
Thank you. I'll give it some food. I forget what I'm talking to.
Oh, thank you. It's just like a little, super round, little like chickadee.
Aw. Yeah, I'll give it some little corn or some seeds or something.
Ew.
Well, thank you very much.
You are the most rotund bird I have ever seen.
Uh,
How dare you?
she slaps you with her wing.
I meant that it's very endearing, but I can see why I should have been slapped for that.
Well, I've never. And she flies off, real disgruntled.
I just meant
Didn't
that you're very
realize-
round and cute.
I didn't realize I almost took offense to being called round.
Everyone takes offense to being called round.
No, usually that
Round-
means like they're
Round
beautiful.
might not be
because-
so bad. Rotund was definitely not
Oh,
a good choice.
Like I was saying, oh, round means healthy. That means they have a lot of food. That's good for breeding.
Yeah, I'll let everybody know that our little chickadee friend apparently did see a kobold come through here, but it might have been a couple of days or maybe weeks ago.
Hmm.
And I don't think it was Stein because this one is wearing a shirt. I know this one wasn't wearing a shirt.
Who
Was
wasn't wearing a shirt?
Okay.
So it could have been Stein, but he was here today, so not a couple days ago. So
But what if this is a weird time travel forest and he went back in time on accident?
it's very possible.
It's possible.
Wouldn't put it past me.
I wouldn't either.
I have written a haiku.
Tell me.
Look how beautifully it lays on the page. In the deep forest, Julong hides from wolves and birds. Zombies closing in.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Not bad.
Thank you.
It's very
That
beautiful,
is all.
but also frightening. I do hope Zhulong is okay.
Stein eventually returns.
Covered in twigs, scratches.
Well, there goes the time travel
They're
theory.
kind of ripped. It's dirty. It flew too high, and then the bushes were in the way. Sorry about that. Also, wolves are everywhere.
Oh yeah, we probably should have thought about that before you ran off by yourself. You could have gotten eaten.
It's confident I could have outrun them, but I wasn't very fond of the idea anyway.
As you kind of emerge, you, yeah, never mind. It's fine.
What?
What do you guys do?
You find anything?
Well, it went that direction. About, I don't know, 30 minutes, an hour.
All right. Well, I've
I'm not
got.
really sure how long. I left some scratches on the trees.
That's good. We still have 23 more of these paper birds. We were talking about. So I've got 1 point and a heading from that point. If we travel north for about an hour, get a second point and a heading from that point, I should be able to triangulate and figure out how far off this thing is.
What's triangulate?
Oh, it's easy. You take 2 points and a heading from each of those points, and then you basically just draw straight lines out from those 2 points, and the place where they intersect is where your target's at. It's a navigation trick, and also a very simple math trick.
It's like tracking, but with math.
Yeah, pretty much. It's an easy way to tell how far something is if you know its heading but not its distance.
That's really useful.
Sure is.
Alrighty. Guys know that it's getting kind of late at this point. You think that you probably could travel another hour, get your heading, and then probably have to bed down.
That sounds about right. We should do it before. Yeah, we don't want to like sleep on it because his position could have changed in that time. So let's do it. We'll head north, get a second heading, and then camp down there.
All right, easy enough to do. Let's head up. And Jupe, give me a survival check. Cool. You get another. You send off another bird, and you're able to kind of triangulate a point. And I will mark down your rough guess on the map.
Oh, that's a pretty good way off. That's what, like a day and a half?
Would be about a day as the crow flies. Moving through the forest could be a little bit longer.
All right. Well, we did come up this way to do this, and it isn't that far out of the way. Do we want to try to follow that?
Oh, actually, you guys should be closer to it here.
We'd need to maybe leave the carts behind. I'm not sure.
Would it be safe to leave the carts behind with the wolves?
Certainly not. No.
Well, could we leave the carts over at the tavern?
Suppose
Will
we
they
could.
be safe at the tavern?
Well, I mean, tavern wasn't safe, but
The chickens lived.
the chickens lived, and the I guess it's a clearing, and it's a clear point that we could find again.
All right. I suppose we could put the horses in the tavern and then shut the doors so like wolves don't get at them. I'm actually surprised the chickens are still alive considering there were wolves here.
It might be wise to leave somebody behind with the carts.
All right, but they can't be on their own. I'll stay.
Then the wolves will come after you again.
Exactly. They'll be less likely to go after you, but I'll have a whole house to hide inside.
Why don't I stay then? Oh,
Right, I'll stay with you.
well, no, you should stay with the group.
But I'm bad at this whole forest thing. He just gestures at his whole self.
There's only one way to get better.
Right.
I'll show you the ways of the forest.
Are you any good with the forest?
I'm not terrible at it.
That's good.
Don't ask me to roll survival about it, because that won't go well. But
I mean, that's what forests require you to do. Survive.
eh,
Yeah, oh boy. Alright, tell you what. Let's at least get these bodies out of the tavern and have them buried.
Certainly. We'll have to do all this in the morning. We'll have to travel
Yes.
back in about an hour.
Right. And then we're going to travel that direction that you've marked on this map.
Yep. Let's get a good night's sleep first.
All right. Good night's sleep. Just lay down for the night, settle in. I assume tonight you guys will probably like cram into the wagons just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we keep
I'll sleep
watches.
on the floor.
It's a bit of a tight fit. It's a little bit uncomfortable and unpleasant. But just for the sake of safety, especially with the wolves out, you guys are able to cram yourselves in. It's around this time as you're kind of packing in. Stein, you has this realization that Atropos isn't with you.
Hello, Atropos. Atropos. I'm gonna need one of those paper birds.
Sure, here you go.
How do I use it?
He can't write. He can't use it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Here, do you want me to write something to? You said Atropos is gone.
Yeah, he's missing. I don't know where he went.
Okay. How many words do I get?
Up to 50.
It's a long message.
Yeah, you running it is a great idea, considering we don't have a calligraphy expert.
Well, you're just gonna insult him for being a demon the whole time.
I was only intending to do that once.
To be fair, I did start this one off with "Where the fuck did you go, you little shit?" But you know,
Why would you start it off like that?
because he needs to tell us before he runs off. He's a weird dream demon thing.
What if
and
he was snatched?
I don't think he was snatched, but
He's so small.
Well, he was kept in Stein's cloak, and Stein took off at 300 feet a second.
You
And
think,
oh,
you think he
You
fell
imagine-
out?
imagine that he probably fell out in the forest somewhere.
I figured he'd be safe.
well, then I guess I'll scratch that out and start over. What'd you want to say? I'll just have you write it. I'll dictate.
Atropos, where are you? Did you fall out? I'm coming. It's a good thing he can fly.
He can't reply to this message.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
God, what do we tell him to
like-
do?
Kaku already nailed
Anything.
this. We include a paper bird so that he can send one back and follow it.
Oh, okay.
So
But he
I'll
can't
mark-
write anything.
I'll mark off 2 paper birds. He doesn't. All it,
He
we-
doesn't. He can't write.
Can he read?
Yeah, I'm sure he can read. Maybe. I've never seen him read.
How could he read and not write?
Well, he doesn't. He didn't normally have the limbs for it, Jupe.
Oh well, I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Maybe
Great.
he has.
It doesn't need to be great penmanship. All he has to do is get one of our names on there and send it off.
Great penmanship won't hurt.
It won't hurt for sure, but
Here, Kohaku, you do it. You're getting a boner over writing.
Yes.
Roll a 1, roll a 1, roll a 1.
Not bad.
Do try not to insult him.
You could make an argument for that being a 27, considering I'm being helped, right? Alistair's
No.
helping.
No, I want to see you fail.
I don't think there's any way for somebody to help you with calligraphy.
Oh, you forgot the dot on this eye here.
I was
There
doing that.
You helped.
16 is well above average.
It's very nice.
Thank you.
To write your message, send it off. Heads off into the forest.
Going to follow it, right?
nope.
That
He gets the message. He uses the paper bird included in the message
But
and follows it back to us.
how's he going to write?
How much does goldfish weigh? Can goldfish ride on a paper bird?
No.
Aw.
Well,
He's
here's
a-
the thing. How's he gonna write?
Or we can include a piece of chalk or something.
Or coal?
Why would we use coal? We have chalk.
Why would we use chalk on paper, Jupe? Even I know this.
Why would we use coal on paper?
Because coal is visible on paper.
Chalk is also
Would you?
visible on paper.
Chalk
Chalk
is
comes
white
in-
and paper isn't
Chalk
white.
comes in different colors than white.
Well, what color did you get? Normally, the shop only sells white.
No.
It's technically an off-white, and that's still is enough for the spell to work. It doesn't need to be legible. It just
He
has
just
to be
needs
written.
to write something.
Yeah, we don't really need to read the message. He just needs to follow it back. So
Just
why
need
don't
to
work?
give it chalk.
Anyways,
Pacing back and forth in front.
as the night passes, because send off his bird to Atropos. Guys, settle in for the night. That's where we'll pick up next week.
No!
No.
No, we can keep going if you guys want.
Going after this bird.
Are we playing next week?
Yeah.
It's Easter Sunday.
I don't care. I don't care about Jesus.
Well, okay, then we might be down a sheesh then, because I've got
Oh.
family stuff going on.
My family wants me to come home too, but I could tell them no.
For Easter?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
What the hell is Easter so important?
Also,
Some-
we're not actually stopping. We're gonna keep going.
Okay.
We'll figure this out.
Oh, okay, we're still going.
It's weird some families like take Easter so seriously when they're not even religious.
I
Like my
get it for
family.
Yeah, like my
mean,
family
I
likes
guess
to
for, like,
pretend to
eggs,
be
if you have
religious 2
children.
days a year, and that's about it.
well, I get it for like people who have kids, right? Because kids like finding eggs. If
Yeah.
they were grown
It's always
adults.
been less of a religion thing and more just
Yeah.
one of the excuses for to get everybody together.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
It's a sure excuse for family gatherings and eating
Yeah.
chocolate.
And then
Kids
we do
do-
still do Easter egg hunts, but now they do plastic Easter eggs filled with money. So
Oh,
I do,
my.
I do enjoy going there because last year I made like $100.
That's awesome.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Wow. I bet she gets competitive.
I was pushing down.
start
my nieces and
elbowing people.
nephews to get the-
I need this for rent.
It's like fuck you! You don't have student loans to pay back. You're like 12.
You don't know how good you got it. Like, just throw dirt in their face.
Wait till you start working in this fucking kitchens.
So, anyways, you guys get down for the night.
Can I just sleep for 2 more days to get my long rest, please?
If you want to try,
I want it so
you
bad.
actually you climbed a tree, so you
Yeah, climbing a tree.
Yeah.
It was a leisurely climb.
How does
With a
anyone
20?
ever do magic in this world? You have to go into like a vegetative state to get spells back.
Don't move me, even if someone's dying. I can't do anything about it anyway.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
couldn't go fishing off the dock. You know that thing people do to relax? That was too much work.
That thing that you do in Animal Crossing to relax. Yeah.
Have you tried pulling in the big fish? That's worked.
Yes, me in real life, the weakling. Yeah, I fish for relaxing fun all the time when I lived back on the lake.
All the time.
Yeah, we lived on the lake. It was awesome.
No, I meant big fish, not small one.
Yeah.
You can find pretty big fish in a lake.
Have you ever fished a marlin and died because of
I'm
it?
not deep sea fishing. I'm fishing off a pier. I might get
Yeah.
catfish if they're real big.
Marlins
Anyway.
are deep sea fish.
Marlins are deep sea fish, yeah.
They're sailfish. They
you
go
don't
sail.
like my DMing. You can call me on it.
I'm just gonna never use Flash of Genius unless it's important again.
True.
I think I used it on stupid shit 2 or 3 times, so that's on me.
You did.
But-
You used it like on a bunch of stupid shit. Like the first day you had it, and I was like,
I was just
you know
so
what?
excited to have it.
You got a lot of travel to do.
Uh,
But
We
yeah,
had like
anyways.
3 weeks to recover it while I was dying. So I don't know. I feel like-
But anyways, that morning,
Mm.
next morning, you guys wake up. No immediate sign of Atropos.
definitely just fell out and definitely didn't run away.
Give me another bird.
These are expensive. Fine.
Well, you didn't want me to chase after the one last time.
Well, I still don't want you to chase after it by yourself.
Who's fast enough to keep up with me? He looks around.
Don't think anyone. Maybe Kohaku, but
Nara.
I think I'm just a little bit slower.
Slightly slower.
But you're a cheetah!
Also, I do need to also stress this is your combat speed is different from your long distance speed.
Right. This isn't a sprint.
Right. This bird does fly like 60 feet around, though. How does that measure?
Because it's magic, it doesn't have stamina to worry about.
I'll exhaust myself to chase for my friend.
Not quite how it works.
Body works, yeah.
But yeah, you're welcome to send another one off if you want.
Right. This time, I'm going to sprinkle lots of spice on top of it so it drops some as it flies. We can follow
Okay.
the scent.
Okay.
We're gonna have to set it up in like a slow release sort of system. So we want like a slowly leaking bag, but it needs to be light enough for it to carry.
But also, we could just tie a string to it and let it tug on the string and just let it lead us.
That's not a bad idea. What happens if we leash one of these paper birds? It only has one strength. It can't break free. Does it keep trying to fly in that direction? There's only one way to try this. Let's do it.
We used to do this in the Philippines. We'd tie a string around the dragonfly and have it like fly around like it's on a leash.
How did you do that?
Well, you catch a dragonfly first, and you very gently tie it around its very long tail.
But how do you hold it still to do that?
You hold it by the wings. You have to fold the wings in a way where you're not bending them, right? They fold together very neatly on top. And when the wings are together, they can't really move. So then you have a friend tie a string around the tail.
All right.
And then you let it sit on your finger, and then you let it fly. And then you just hold the string and let it lead you wherever. And then you let it go later.
This might work though, because like it has to fight against wind resistance, right?
Right.
So it's not like, yeah.
If the bird's hit points or speed is reduced to 0, or if it is otherwise immobilized, it's reduced to ash.
So essentially, as long as whoever's holding the string is continually moving with it, it's good. But if you ever get stopped for any reason, even just like for a moment, it turns to ash. Like,
wow.
If the bird's hit points or its speed is reduced to 0, if it's otherwise immobilized, turns to ash. Okay.
so like
yeah.
So here's the thing: the raw like rules as written would be, it's tied to a string, it's effectively grappled, its speed is 0, it turns to ash. I will allow you guys to attempt to just like leash it as a way to like reduce its speed, but it'll require some checks to keep it going.
I've got
Slow
it.
it.
I've got it. I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got it. We're not just leashing this thing. We're leashing it to a reel that will constantly release more spool. A fishing reel. That way it is not actually restrained. It is just laying a line for us.
Right. That might get heavy though. As long as
it
it's
could.
fine. If it's 3 pounds.
You just have really, I mean, how heavy is a fishing rod's wheel of string?
How long is your string?
Yeah.
You tell me. I'm not sure.
How long is a fishing
I'm not
rod?
an expert fisher. I also know that like old-timey fishing spools were not nearly as light as current ones. I also know
no,
that
really.
like he probably, most of the fishing he does isn't with a rod, but I imagine I probably have at least a spool on me.
How long is a piece of string?
I'll say it's about 300 feet.
That's not gonna work. Okay. All right. It's still better than our next best option, so I guess let's try it as long as we can, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. The longer it is dragging though, it might catch on something, and that'll make its speed go to 0.
Right. I mean, we've already sent one paper
This
bird.
thing flew through trees.
We're not actually worried about this one making it to him.
Right.
We just need to get a heading for as long as we can, and then we keep going that way.
Right.
All right. Let's do it. So we travel back to the inn. We drop off the carts.
Yeah.
Presumably, Talon will stay with them.
Yeah.
If we find him successfully, we will send another. Do we want to send her another paper bird just so that she knows we're okay, or do we just leave her here and come back in a couple days? He could not have gone that far, surely, right? You were only out there for what, an hour, half an hour out, half an hour back.
Yeah, about that.
Do you think
I chased it for about half an hour, then I hid for a while.
Do you think he's smart enough to not move if he's lost?
Atropus is pretty smart.
Okay. Well, then hopefully we're back in a couple hours. All right, let's do it. Park the car. Leave Taylor.
Are you guys coming back, or are you going to go find Atropos and keep going to find Julan?
We should come back, right? It seems reasonable that we come back first.
It's reasonable we come back and touch bases with everyone.
Yeah.
Are they in the same direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the same direction.
Then why would we go halfway there, then turn around and then go again?
Well, because we're not going halfway there. We're going, hopefully, no more than like an hour there and then back. And it's like a day and a half trip to get to Fulon.
Atropos has been gone for how long?
I mean, overnight, presumably.
Overnight.
Do you think he's going after Julong before we can get there for some reason?
I don't see how. I don't know
I
how
don't know
much he can
either.
fly.
I mean, he
Missing
has those
persons
wings.
are usually found in the company of people they know. Right?
Yeah, but he's not with us. Who else would he know?
Julong?
I don't think he
I
knows
don't think he
Julong.
does. Yeah, if anything, he probably dislikes him. He's a demon hunter.
Atropus isn't a demon.
Jupiter.
I have to keep stressing. He's a spirit, not a demon.
Right. Okay. We'll try to touch back. We will be back before the night.
Functionally an archfey.
Yeah, whether we find him or not, we will check in before we head out all the way on the long journey.
Archfey. We can't lose this Archfey to wolves in the woods.
Well, then let's get going.
Alright. Yes. Set up this string on this thing. God, how do I do this? I'm going to say this is going to be a survival check from each of our rangers. I will call it whoever rolls highest between Nara and Sheesh. It'll be for every 5 that you roll on the total, you make it 300 feet with the bird still functioning.
Oh boy.
I'm trained in survival and fishing. Can I make a check as well?
No, because the thing that is allowing you guys to make this check is the fact that Sheesh and Nara prevent difficult terrain, which this forest would be.
Gotcha.
Like this, yeah, if it wasn't for the two of them, you guys would make it 10 feet. The bird would snap the line and turn to ash. Like, it's just knotted roots and brush. It's very difficult to traverse otherwise.
Oh, I ignore difficult terrain when I'm dashing. Nara?
I might use my inspiration if Nara's roll is low too.
I think I do. Let me double check. I knew I was coming up on that level.
You got what?
What level are we? 7, I think.
Yeah.
I get that next level.
Next what? Survival?
Land stride, I think it is. Which that's for the where I could just go through difficult terrain, easy peasy.
Oh, yeah, they're different rangers.
Oh, right.
He's a classic ranger, and She's just the revised ranger.
That's just sheesh then.
It's up to you, sheesh.
Yeah, then I'm definitely gonna inspire. Reroll that.
All right.
Dude.
Much better.
So you guys are able to make it about 1,000 feet, following this bird, and then you kind of get blocked by some trees. The rope or the string kind of gets caught in some branches, and you feel it kind of like snag for a second, and then drop down to the forest floor, followed by a bit of ash.
Oh no.
All right.
But you guys do get a fairly good heading. Jupe, you can give me a survival check with your to navigate, try and pinpoint anything.
If this is the direction I was headed, the tree should have some poorly marked grooves on it.
I will go ahead and burn that to make a guaranteed 21.
Okay. With a 21, you get the sense that the heading for Atropos is still like vaguely in the same direction that your heading for Julong was.
Okay.
So at the very least, you don't have distance because you haven't been able to. You don't have enough points to triangulate anything. But at the very least, you can be certain that he hasn't like wandered off or veered off into some crazy direction or something like that.
All right. Well, it certainly seems like he is heading towards him.
Yeah, he's either heading towards Julong or has like opted to stay put wherever he was lost.
Right. We should assume that he stayed put. That would be the smart thing to do. And like you said, he's not stupid. So let's keep going that way for a while and see what we find.
Yeah. He also, when the bird got to him, we didn't receive a bird back. So that means he opted to not use the bird. And just chose to stay where he was, maybe.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep going that same heading for a while.
All right. You guys continue on. Travel for several hundred more feet between Jupe's navigational skills and Archish being able to kind of like help navigate through the woods and stuff. You eventually start to hear a shrill like chirping sound of a bird.
A bird?
Or several birds, really. And they begin squawking, almost like when crows or something see people getting too close to them.
All right. We kind of, I imagine we slow our pace. Do you want to do a pass? I'm full on mana. I'll go and do a pass without trace as we approach.
All right, everybody can give me a stealth check. Jupiter.
19.
Still 19?
Beautiful.
Oh no.
Jupe's really not used to the twigs being all over the ground.
Where's that Talon?
Snap.
No, Talon's not with you.
Oh, right. She's waiting.
Who's kind of keeping an eye out currently?
Me.
I'm keeping an ear out.
All right. Kwaku and Stein can give me perception checks. Kwaku, you hear, and from the chirping, you can kind of pinpoint a direction. And Stein, you're able to spot up in the trees. There's a kind of a large, what appears to be like an oak tree or something. The branches kind of brush or spill out of the top, a bunch of thick branches with bright leaves. And nestled kind of next to the trunk and at the base of one of these large branches is a large, like, nest of woven string and plant matter, a bunch of twigs and grass and that sort of thing. And sitting in it is what appears to be a large, almost kind of looks like a eagle or something, but it's got
Oh.
like a slightly like more pronounced beak.
Hmm.
Can someone
Uh,
speak to that?
And you can see several like smaller birds, almost completely bald, no feathers on them, reaching
Ugh.
up and like chirping loudly.
It's a mama bird. And it's babies.
Well, that's not good. We should probably
Why
just
it's not good?
go around it. Well, that thing is huge, and it's going to protect its young.
Right. How big is it?
I mean, it's like the size of a bald eagle. It's
Oh,
pretty
bigger
big.
than me then.
Yeah.
Carry you away.
Yeah.
Carry me away.
Speaking of being carried away, you also notice that among the baby birds,
Oh,
you see the colorful stained glass wings poking out amongst them
Oh no, I think he's up there.
as this large bird seems to be attempting to feed him.
Oh, that's cute.
It's baby bird.
why? Ew.
Well, that's better
Nature.
than him being the food.
Yeah. Still though, he has to
How do
eat
we get him
vomit.
back?
Can you just like try to get his attention, see if he can leave?
Psst. Atropus.
The mama bird turns in your direction, has piercing eyes, and it being squawking at you.
I can't speak animal. Can someone else do that?
She got this one.
I think Nara can do this well if you're trying to reserve mana, Sheesh. I'm not actually sure if Nara can. I think he's done it before.
Yeah, I can.
You talk to the mice and the.
Oh yeah, that's true. You probably recovered all your mana.
Cheese to meet you.
Sheesh to meet you.
Yes. Speak with animals.
All right. You hear this angry mama bird just basically cussing and like telling you guys to fuck off and go away.
Listen to the Boston accent.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. You have our friend.
No friends here, just my babies. Go away.
But but clearly the one with the colorful wings, it's not
Yes. This is beautiful. My favorite son. And then all the baby bird starts crying.
Oh,
Aww.
You guys hear Atropos. This is embarrassing. Please destroy this thing.
no. I'm sorry,
It's gotta-
Atropus.
No, I don't think we should.
it's got to be a way, but then the baby chicks will die too.
Can take the baby chicks and raise them as our own. We have the Henrys to help raise them.
Oh, I forgot that I can do speak with animals at will.
Oh, damn, nice.
So, yeah,
Will?
yeah, it's because I picked up the critter friend feat.
Oh. That'd be really helpful.
Yeah, so I could do this if Nara does want to save mana, but it seems you're already very invested in talking to this mother bird, so I'll let you take
Yeah.
it.
You're good with moms, right? You seem like the kind of person who's good with parents.
You're a parent yourself.
Yeah. This bird is not very
Smart.
willing to let go. Yeah. His observation skills are not good.
It's beautiful. My favorite son.
Please, we would really like our friend. He can't eat. You can't feed him, the food you're about to give him. He's bird food intolerant.
Give me a deception check.
Oh no, I'm so bad at lying.
I am. Crap.
I wanted it to work so bad. This... No, he ate just fine. See? And she goes and like, "Ugh," and then starts vomiting, and you see Atropos is like trying to get away.
Poor Atropos.
Kind of wiggles back out of the nest. A couple of the other big birds go and try to like scoop up some of the food.
We don't still have that rooster with us, do we?
No, he's back at the.
Yeah, we could do the whole Indiana Jones swap.
Actually, yeah, I guess you guys might have brought him with you if you wanted the eyewitness.
The eyewitness, yeah.
We need him to witness.
Well, did we bring any other? No, we didn't.
Great, this is the best encounter you've ever made.
Thank you.
I could try to trade. I could trade Egg Bay.
Pickle Pete?
You know what? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna take a second. Wait, I can't. I didn't prepare to speak with animals. Hey, if I summon Egg Bay, do you think you could try to negotiate? Actually, before I waste any time or resources on that, do you mind asking her if she would be interested in trading?
You need to know if she wants Pickle Pea or Pumperum.
Trade a child?
Yeah, I don't know if that's how this works. Clearly there's like some degree of that's fine, because she found Atropos like less than a day ago and is now treating it like her favorite son.
Yeah.
Atropos, how did you end up there?
You were running, and I fell out of your cloak.
I'm
And then-
so sorry. As a character, I thought you were in the caravan because I saw your icon on it.
This large bird then scooped me up as I was dazed. And I've been here ever since.
Tell the creature it's a cuckoo.
A what?
A cuckoo.
Not familiar, and I'm from the weird place.
A bird that swaps its egg with the egg of some.
Oh,
other
like
bird.
the actual bird, not the
Yeah.
fake bird.
Yeah, because honestly, that's not lying to this creature. That's not its baby.
I mean,
I
it
think-
is lying to say it's a cuckoo.
I think it might know it's not its child. I think it's just picked it up because it's pretty to it.
It's pretty. You know, whenever you see a stray cat and you pick it up and you're like, "You're my child now." It's that.
Sure, but convince her that it's dangerous to her other children, which it is.
So that might work. Hey, I think it's best for you and your babies, your children, that like you just go ahead and give us back our friend. He has the bird flu.
So, give me one more deception check.
Crap.
18,
Oh wait, the first one, 18.
15.
You have a -1 for deception.
I do.
Diseased poor baby, and she nuzzles Atropos. Oh, poor pretty baby. And then she like bats him with her wing, and he falls out of the nest.
How fickle, jeez.
It's the bird way.
You see Atropos lands with thud on the ground. And
Trying to catch him.
give me a deck save.
When you said pretty baby, I immediately pictured her speaking like Final Pam.
Yeah.
Pretty baby.
Baby.
Fix baby back to its big size.
Feel baby cleaner.
Clean baby's tum tum. You do manage to dive, do a baseball slide, and catch Atropos.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you fell out.
Vassal, this form is deeply inconvenient.
I know. I'm not used to you falling out usually. You're just inside me. What
Fine.
if
I don't think Shushika's cooking is worth this embarrassment.
No.
Stein,
Really?
consider that his life might actually be better with the bird.
What? No, they feed him worms and stuff.
Shouldn't you set something free if you love it?
If he wants to be free. Otherwise, it's just abandoning someone.
Hmm.
Yeah, that saying is kind of bullshit too, by the way.
Also, a great plan, by the way, Haku.
Thanks.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, one of
It's-
your babies is a demon. Get rid of it.
Not a demon.
Is that the same tone you'll take with your cousin?
What?
Just kind of depends.
Understood.
All right, well, let's
You gotta-
get the
you gotta
fuck
read
out of
the
here
room.
before it changes its mind.
Yeah.
Match the vibe.
I'm taking a cloak from my backpack and I'm making a papoose.
Vassal, this is. I'd rather go back to the birds if this is how you intend on
I don't know.
carrying me.
I'm going to try and carry it away what's safer. Probably not like this.
Perhaps just warn me next time you decide to descend into the woods at breakneck speed.
Right. I've gotten 5 feet faster since I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. We have chocolate chip pancakes.
Ooh. He'll start eating some of the pancakes. These are delicious.
She's an amazing cook. Seremus apology pancakes.
All right, yeah, let's
We'll
let's
go back to Taylor.
Let's go back to Taylor and let her know everything is okay, and then we'll go. We'll start heading west.
Yeah. You guys begin making your way back. It takes you a little bit, but you guys have excellent trackers and navigators, and you're able to get back to the road and back to the tavern. Well, that went quick. Did everything go okay?
There were some difficulties. He was adopted by a bird of some sort.
That sounds embarrassing. Yes, it was terrible.
It's better than you running away, which is what I thought you did.
Why would I run away?
I don't know. You could have some weird ulterior motives.
I
He's got
suppose.
a point. He would most sure he would fly away for sure, right? He wouldn't run.
Yes,
Or roll away, perhaps.
running would be difficult.
He'd probably get tired.
I'm trying to imagine a parrot running. And it's so cute, I just start crying.
I've been crying.
You want me to run you another bath?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get you a bath.
But yeah, you guys are able to carry on for the sake of some expediency. You guys are able to head back off into the woods, set up a makeshift camp out there. I do want somebody to give me a survival check to set up a camp in the woods. These are dense forest without kind of off the beaten trail.
I'm a ranger that's not proficient in survival, so I should.
I can do it.
What does Jupiter's camp look like?
Probably sort of
Driftwood.
No, not well. Driftwood maybe. Most likely, he uses like a fallen log as the spine, and then he does kind of like a thatch roof thing, very similar to like the reed boats. I don't have time to do like super thick shelter, but it's basically just a glorified lean-to.
Okay. Yeah, you've got plenty of materials to work with. You find some fallen over logs and quickly craft up a little lean-to.
So I think I might just have a tent. Let me check.
The main issue is that it's too dense to set up a proper tent.
Oh, that's fucking dense. Okay.
Yeah, and it's not like the trees are everywhere, but it's that there's so much like brush and other stuff like that. You kind of have to find these like fallen over logs and trees where they've like essentially like choked out the plant life underneath them, so that there's a bit of a smooth space.
Gotcha. In that case, probably not even setting it up properly, but using the canvas from the tent to make a lean-to.
Like,
And setting up some like rope hammocks between trees.
Yeah.
is it dense enough that you can like put one of those pittons, hammer them into a tree, and make a tarp with the tent fabric canvas?
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically
Nice.
just like a lean-to covering with some hammocks between trees should do it.
Cool. Set up a couple little like makeshift hammocks and tents, and you guys are able to settle in for the night.
Yeah.
Excellent job, everyone.
We did it.
What is the watch order?
Same for me.
I think I was on first.
Yeah, we've been on first.
Perfect.
Nara's on second.
Third. And fourth.
I'll take second.
All right. Quaco on third or fourth.
Oh, I have to watch.
Yeah, Talen's on here.
I'll take fourth.
Alright.
Does Foghorn take a watch?
I say I am always vigilant, ever the watcher. He
That's
immediately
why
falls
we-
asleep.
He wakes up before the sun rises, though, right? Like, that's the whole point of having a rooster.
Yeah, the second light hits his cheek, he wakes up and screams.
Ugh.
Can I have speak with animals up when he screams in the morning? What does he say? Are all roosters just terrified of the sun, and when they see it coming up, they're just like, "Oh God, what the fuck is that? Help! Ah!"
Yeah, it's just like screaming, "The dreadful dawn comes for me again."
Excellent.
The ball of fire is upon us again!
I say, Lord, help me above. The skies are burning.
But yeah, you guys settle in for the night. A couple points as you guys are watching. You guys do notice that there are some some of the little Kodama spirits do kind of like creep out and kind of check in on you at some point, and then they like kind of scurry off and scurry back up into their trees.
Fun.
Isn't that nice?
I'll say Kohaku. You can give me a perception check. You do notice that a couple of them, like one of them, they have this kind of like almost rock-like head. It's very oh shit, what's that terrible Ghibli movie? Princess Mononoke.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Kodama in there, where they have this like almost like rock-like head, but you notice a couple of them have this almost like this crack along them, like they're just a little bit broken.
Are they injured?
And for the rest of you, this is just like you haven't seen a ton of Kodama spirits, so you probably don't really notice the difference. But for Kohaku, you kind of notice that they're just a little. They seem almost hurt or maybe tainted in some way.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't have said tainted. They must be destroyed for their own good.
What?
In all seriousness, there's something wrong with them. Oh, this is unlucky. What? Maybe there's a shrine nearby that's been affected.
Seems possible.
Ooh.
Is
How
anybody
do you
able to
fix
like
that?
talk to them?
Atropos, can you speak with them?
I can speak at them. They don't seem very responsive.
I'm not sure they have a language.
Well, are they? Boy, do they? As they come and go, are we able to tell where they're coming from?
They seem to be like living in the trees.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's not like they're coming from a shrine and back to it or whatever.
No.
Well, we'll keep an eye out, especially as we travel.
They seem to take resident, especially in the like older and larger trees. You'll see a handful of them that kind of like almost slip in and out of the bark.
Huh.
I'm not sure if there's much we can do about it right now, but if we spot the shrine, we can try to like clean it up, I guess. I wonder if the wolves have anything to do with it.
Yeah. Other than that, you guys wake up and the rest goes uneventfully. You aren't bothered by any of the wolves or anything hostile.
Sick. All right then, Taylin, if you're going to be okay for a bit, I think we will head west.
You guys are back in the forest. Like,
Oh, we haven't gotten back yet.
well, you went back, said, yeah, everything's cool, and then went back into the forest.
Okay, gotcha. I dig it. I dig it.
Just to save time, because it took you like half a day to pick up Atropos, get back, and then you had a half a day that you could have.
That makes sense. We already got some headway done.
So we're like here.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'd be like a third of the way there-ish.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's do it. On the road again. Except not the road. The woods.
Probably, yeah, something like that.
I was so close to feeling rested. Now I had to walk.
But yeah, Chip, give me a survival check to maintain your heading. Things kind of waver a little bit here and there, but you do your best. It probably takes you a little longer than it could have, but you do find yourself. You think you're getting pretty close at this point. You have to kind of like. Alistair probably has to climb up a couple of trees again to help get some bearings.
It doesn't always work, but a lot of the times, if there's moss growing on the tree, that's the north side of it.
The north side? Why would it be
Yeah.
the north side?
I don't know. It's just how it works. Moss is weird.
Oh, I bet that's true in the northern hemisphere, because it gets the least sun.
Ah, that would make sense.
And
Are we on the
moss-
southern?
What's
Who knows?
What's that?
I do. I should absolutely know.
Who knows? So you guys continue on your way. Eventually, you hit a bit of a clearing, and you can see that up ahead you can hear like feels like loud stomping, and you can actually feel like the earth is kind of trembling underneath you.
Could that be?
So the trees and the branches kind of rustle.
Oh, the fuck that is? That's big.
It's your mom.
Heyo, it's
Got
a joke
him.
about your mom. Alright, I assume we kind of proceed a little cautiously once we get going that way.
Sure. You guys give me stealth checks if you guys want to.
That is just a guess, by the way. It's an educated guess, but I don't know
I looked
if
it
that's
up,
true.
and yep, that's true.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Smirked.
It's not a guarantee though, so
No,
All
but
right, I.
if you're actually lost, don't necessarily go by that.
but if a lot of trees all have it on one side,
It also wouldn't be polar or like perfect north because of like
Yeah.
axial wobble and the seasons, those things.
it's a good rough guess though.
Yeah, good.
But we have 3 sons.
Just one sun. I mean, also, this cool compass I have as part of my navigator's tools.
But
Oh
we have
yeah, I
4
got.
moons.
I was just trying to sound smart. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. That is actually very good to know. Because, most of the time when you're lost in the woods, you don't have a professional navigator with navigator's tools.
Alrighty, you guys approach, and as you kind of break into this clearing, you guys see what appears to be a large, thick trunked tree, though its roots have been completely uprooted, and it's got these 2 long, kind of stumpy roots that it's using to walk around his feet.
Ooh.
And it turns as several of you kind of crack a couple of branches, making a loud noise. And that is where we're going to roll initiative and pick up next week.
Oh, snap. I think I figured out
Oh, boy.
what the crazy forest is. This tree's crazy.
The crazy forest.
Yeah, the spirits are fucked up because this tree is crazy.
It's just this tree.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, it's attacking us on sight. It's gotta be.
Well, I mean, the wolves also attacked us on the site, and it doesn't mean that was the wolves' fault.
True. Maybe there's a deeper cause.
It might be a deeper cause. I think this is just Wispy Woods from Kirby. And angry all the time.
Yeah,
It
I
does
think
kind
everything
of-
in this.
It does kind of look like Wispy Woods if Wispy Woods was a pine tree and was terrible.
I hadn't considered a pine tree int before, and that sounds awful.
Ooh.
I don't like
Why? What's wrong with it?
It's like the
pine trees are
thing from
prickly.
Don't Starve Together.
He's just gonna like lay on you and
Uh.
stab you.
Better than a pine tree dryad.
Yeah, true.
Just pine cones for the boobs.
Spiky all over. And it's gonna smell like gin all the time.
Gin?
Wait, we can't roll
Yeah.
initiative because we don't have tokens.
I think we're doing it. Oh, are we doing it before?
I think we should do it later because
We
we
can-
might forget.
We can roll initiative. I can I'll
Yeah.
pull you guys over to the map. Let you see what you're working with.
Oh, that token's fun. Or that image.
I do like that image. It is a lot scarier than a regular tree for some reason.
It's the face.
That's the needles for me. Pine needles are so uncomfortable.
Just uncomfortable.
Just uncomfortable. They're not actually dangerous. It's just uncomfortable. Kind of
When I was-
itchy and weird.
When I was a kid at my babysitter's, we used to pretend that pine needles were money. The green ones were worth more than the brown ones.
It's cute.
That is pretty
Yeah.
cute.
That was fun.
What
They're
did
so
you
small, though.
buy?
Yeah, it was like by volume. You had to like fill up a whole paper
Okay.
cup that we got for water with it for it to mean anything.
I was gonna say, there's so many of them. Like that's mega inflation.
But what did you buy with them since they were money?
Well, some of the kids convinced the other kids to buy snacks from them with it, but then they just had a bunch of pine needles they couldn't do anything with, which was kind of funny.
Sure,
I don't know.
You need like an agreed upon economy for money to have value, and vice versa.
Yeah. I think we equated like the green ones to like a cup of those was like $1, and then the brown ones were. Someone was convinced that silver dollars were worth less than regular dollars, so we took them at their word, and the brown ones were worth less.
When
'cause
we
they
were
silver dollars.
when we were little, why did that? My token is selected. What the fuck? Oh, that was for somebody else. Okay. When we were little, we took water bottles, filled them with water, and then turned them upside down so they would drip out slowly over time. And that was our gas for our bikes. And when we ran out of gas, you couldn't use the bike anymore until you filled your water bottle back up.
So you were just pouring water all over the.
I
Floor?
Yeah, we're Americans, okay? We can do whatever we want.
Now Flint is without clean water.
well, supply is never the issue. It's transportation.
God bless your dumb water wasting ritual. I like it. That's your right.
Yeah, we were kids.
Damn,
what are we gonna
Nara.
do? Drive the water to Flint, Michigan? Flint, Michigan didn't even exist when I was a kid.
What? It didn't?
No, it probably did.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Flint, but I assume that it is older than I am.
Somehow by the what do you call it? String theory? Not string theory. Fucking chaos theory or whatever.
Right, right.
Your spilling of water caused the crisis in Flint, Michigan.
Totally.
Look at that. Nara's going first next time.
Woo.
Woo!
I'm gonna climb that tree.
Don't do it. It looks mean.
Oh, you and me both, my friend. I see that. Yeah.
I'm coming.
Please.
Over there, too.
The cat
Please
instinct, all three of us
Yeah.
are getting on this tree as fast as we can.
And if it's a pine tree, it's like when you put the Christmas tree
Please
up
don't
and the cats are just
appropriate that.
immediately
Yep.
in it.
True.
Gonna use that as scratching post.
I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna be the twinkly lights.
I'm gonna put fire in the tree.
Oh, well, maybe we shouldn't be in the tree when that happens.
Stein just looks at all the three cats and their eyes are like
Super dilated.
dilated. Gotta climb that tree, climb. It's moving, gotta climb, gotta
Yup.
kill, gotta climb. It's the one butterfly effect.
I am going to need some suspension of disbelief for this next little bit,
Excellent.
Okay.
What do you
Um,
mean? Why?
because you guys are entering a dungeon, but the dungeon is themed as if it's the forest. So
Oh, that's
basically,
Oh, okay.
even though in any real world situation you could probably pass through the trees, you can't pass through the
Gotcha.
trees.
They're walls right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
just for the sake of my sanity.
I'm into
They're
it.
magic.
I was
They're
gonna say they
all
could be like,
angry trees, and they squish themselves together if we try to walk through.
yeah, it could be either a magic thing or it could even just be like a weird fantastical species of tree that like makes little woven walls. We can
Ooh,
work
the
with
little Kodama
is
guys
your
are all
fantasy
mad, and
world.
if we go into the trees, they start throwing shit at us.
this. Well, no, because then we could fight them.
Oh, right.
I don't want to fight the Kodama. That makes me feel bad inside.
True. Only a tyrant and a monster would hurt a Kadama.
It wasn't up. I didn't. It wasn't. I just was trying to respect the spirits. I love the spirits.
A tyrant and a monster.
But yeah, thank you all for watching, those of you watching, and thank you guys for playing. Press that button.